Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. Welcome to Tales on Tap, a place where good friends get together and share stories about big birds, weird tents, and conversations that should include everyone that didn't. I hope you're doing well this evening. Thank you very much for tuning in. It's lovely to see you all again. Before we jump into tonight's session, just a couple of quick announcements before we jump into the Glen of Aloven. Gonna be great. So, if you haven't already, please make sure you check out our social media minks, is what I was about to say. Social media links down there. If you haven't already, subscribe, click follow, click the notification bell to keep on top of everything that is Tales on Tap. As well as that, our sessions are sponsored by our friends over at Valkyrie RPG. If you haven't already, head over to valkyrie-rpg.co.uk to get yourself 10% off store-wide purchases with the code TALES10. Excellent. Also, this Thursday, we have our brand new talk show starting called Last Orders. Now, this is a talk show that revolves around the campaign, the cast, the characters, answering the much anticipated questions that haven't been answered yet thus far in the campaign. If you have questions for the cast about their characters, about the campaign in general, about anything to do with Tales on Tap, hit them in the comments down below. We'll try and keep track of them throughout the night. Or send us messages on any of our social media sites with your questions, and we'll make sure that they're answered on Thursday. So 6 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, so that's British Standard Time. 6 p.m. on Thursday for our brand new show, The Last Orders. It's going to be great. Can't wait for that. And then in 2 weeks' time, we have the Spelljammer campaign kicking off. It is a short adventure, about 8 to 10 sessions, probably longer because that's the kind of group this is.
It's us.
But averaging around 8 sessions, so that's going to be kicking off in about 2 weeks' time. And then when that kicks off, we're going to introduce the new Thursday schedule and keep you guys up to date on everything that's happening with Tales on Tap on Thursdays. The main campaign will still stay on a Tuesday, so we'll be streaming 2 days a week. Have I forgotten anything? Oh yeah, if you are an Amazon Prime user, and you may not realize, but you get a free Twitch subscription. Twitch Prime subscription with that every month. So if you haven't already, you may as well click that subscribe button. Nailed it. I will remember that. Yeah. Anyway, should we say hello to everyone? Let's say hello to everyone before we jump into the thing. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Dan. Do we know who's going to be on last Orders this Thursday, in case people want to direct their questions to specific characters? We do.
So, we are going to have in the hot seat this week Hannah.
Yes.
Nat.
Hey.
Dan. And Steve, I believe you're there. There we go. So, if you have any questions about Feathers, Jove, Ash, or Azriel, or the players in general, make sure you throw your comments over to us. If you are subscribed to the channel, you can throw them in Discord as well. It's going to be really cool. We're going to be talking about all sorts of cool shit, like the campaign as such, answering really in-depth questions and kind of some questions that might pit some players against each other in certain ways. It's going to be really intense. It's going to be really cool. So make sure you tune in on Thursday for that, and tell your friends about it, because it's going to be a really cool stream. Excellent. I think that about wraps it up. Also, before we wrap it up, I would like everyone, apart from Chris and Han, if you can please roll me a d20, please, to find out who's going to be doing the recap next week. Okay, starting with you, Nat. What have you rolled? 4. Has anyone rolled lower than a 4?
Oof.
No? Okay, easy.
Yes.
We've done that for the last 3 weeks. The first person that I go to always rolls like the worst number.
I kind of like the gradual reveal, though.
Yeah.
I like the slow reveal.
So, Nat, if you could make notes for us, Feathers will be doing the recap for us.
Cool.
Excellent. So I think that about wraps up the announcements. So if you haven't already, run quickly and get a drink. Get yourselves comfortable as we jump into tonight's episode of
now. Right. Okay, I've got to be quiet because Clovis is passed out in his room and I don't want to wake him, and the others will probably be back soon. I can't promise this is going to be the most coherent report on the day's events, but quite honestly, I don't give a shite, and I needed a drink. Or 2, or 3. Christ, how much do we drink? Whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. After we got ambushed by those trolls on the road as we followed the caravan through the troll claws, these massive fuck-off owls came from the sky and seemingly saved the day. Of course, one of the fuckers on the owl was Tiri. Fucking Tiri. Listen, I know I was an ass back at the monastery, but he was so elitist about how he understood the teaching so well and was top of the class, and just, he left me behind, okay? Like everyone else. So forgive me for being bitter. I am kind of glad he was there, though. He introduced us all to Killian and Trelara, the other 2 elves atop the owls who had swooped in to help us. 2 members of the Kiri-Kitor, I think it was called, a woodland clan up north. Tiri suggested rather strongly that we follow them back to their camp for the evening, despite me stressing that we needed to rejoin the caravan, but he wasn't really listening to me, I don't think. Didn't give us much of a choice, so yeah, we agreed to follow. While we were kitting up the carts, Tiri and Trelara flying ahead, Clovis noticed that Les, that guard that everyone had their suspicions about, but honestly, I think he's just a closed-off guy, had begun to walk away and was making his way back to the caravan proper. He gestured to Feathers, who followed, and after talking to him, he apparently said that his job was to protect Lairdry's property, and 1/3 of that was still with the caravan. He was going back for it. But the suspicions we had about him were niggling with our minds, and Clovis decided to speak to me over the sending stone, saying that they might have to deal with him. I don't really know what happened after that. There was a lot of back and forth. I put Jove on the line while I asked Phalanx's advice, but he just said to do what you want. Which ultimately resulted in Feathers trying to pull a prank, which went wrong, freaked Les out, and said that he couldn't trust any of us. But they let him go. And that's when shit really went downhill. Apparently, while Jove and I were catching up with Clovis and Feathers, Fifi pushed Lairdry off the fucking cart. Michael tried to make amends, it did not go to plan, and as we were rejoining, we see his, Lairdry's, body collapse to the ground, Michael standing a little distance away, palm outstretched. Feathers, with her weird little moral code, couldn't stand for it. Brought him back with the healing potion. But now, if he went back, it wouldn't be a mild, oh, someone pushed me off the cart. It would be someone literally tried to murder me. And I couldn't have that. I couldn't have him risking the entire mission and putting these guys in danger. I didn't want anyone else to have blood on their hands, and after a failed attempt at bribery, I did what had to be done. Jove seems to think that we've all forgotten about it, and it's making me feel like a heartless piece of shite. And I'm not excusing myself at all, but it's not like I had a fucking choice now, was it? Besides, it's nothing I haven't done before. Just didn't exactly want to fall back into old ways. To make matters even worse, Killian saw the whole thing. Saw me hide the body away in the brush, Clovis taking the items he previously noted were magical. Fuck. We're bad people. We rejoined the caravan, myself in with Clovis this time. I didn't want to see Phalanx. I didn't want to see the potential shame in his eyes when he looked at me. Clovis seems to understand though, seems to get where I'm coming from. Oh shite, he's hungry. I need to get that back to him. Yeah, I'll do it in the morning. Safe to say, the journey to the camp was tense. Michael is clearly blaming himself. Jove and Feathers are butting heads again, and Azrael is just seemingly oblivious to the whole thing. Pulling up at the camp, Clovis took out the pilgrim's tent and gestured the fallen aside to discuss what the fuck happened and how we can't do that again. That's not the way we do things. I stress that if we're gonna stand a chance at saving the fucking world, we need to be a united front. We need to be the fallen together. Joe seems to take it as all of us trying to brush off what had happened, but that's not it. We can't change what's happened. We just got to do better next time. We went to see what the Kiri-Kitor wanted to speak to us about. Tyranny having been informed about my taking a man beyond the brink, as Clovis so delicately put it. Apparently, there's something infecting the forest, causing the trolls to come out of their hovels and for the animals to scarper. And that we could maybe help deal with the cause if we went to speak to their leader. We all pretty much agreed that so long as Trollara could keep tabs on the caravan, we should probably do something good. And saving the forest seemed like a pretty good way to tip the scales slightly more into balance. What I wasn't expecting was for Phalanx to also go back and rejoin the caravan. Only just got the guy back and he's gone again. He made a point though. Someone has to try and smooth things over. I made him promise to check in every couple of days so I know he's safe. I also got a tad sentimental and gave him this painting I found the other night while I was rifling through my shite, and that I made when we were in Baldur's Gate last. It's just a painting of us laughing and drinking at the Blushing Mermaid, but he'll probably call me a sad sap for giving it to him. So, yeah. Phalanx is gone, and then everyone started to split apart. Feathers took Azrael out to hunt, though I'm not entirely clear how she thought that guy could be remotely stealthy. Jove went off to the caravan, maybe to read? I don't know, he's been doing that a lot lately. Michael stayed outside and spoke to Thierry, who's probably been talking his ear off about meditation and the wonders it does for the soul and mind and yada yada yada. And that left Clovis and I. We came in here and drank. Drank so we didn't have to think. We were just playing this game of truth and he told me he was originally from Baldur's Gate, but felt like it's been a long time since he's had anywhere he can properly call home. Safe to say I can relate to that. He asked me what was going on between Michael and I, and we made a Parnas promise, and I told him. Told him that I'm somehow responsible for raising the guy from the dead after he was killed by the sword that has the same marking that is now branded into my arm. Told him about the shared dreams. God, I don't fucking know, but it was good to get that off my chest, I guess. Anyway, I feel like I'm rambling, and Clovis, I'm sorry if this is really fucking useless as far as helping us remember things is concerned. It just seemed like a really good idea 10 minutes ago. I think we're going to the Glen tomorrow to meet the leader of the Kiri-Kitor. I think Terry mentioned something about going via tree, which I've always wanted to do. But yeah, I'm tired, I'm gonna go pass out, and hope I don't feel too crap in the morning.
Very good.
Very good.
Very good. Excellent. So, beyond that recap, you all gain the benefits of a long rest and slept through the night. Quite an uneventful night. Woke in the morning, packed the camp up, and then headed towards the tree line with Tiri and Killian. When you got there, Killian took a pendant off from around his neck and held it in his hand. Started incanting a spell. Placed his hand upon a rather large oak tree. And when he did, this almost greenish yellow energy started swirling around his hand and around the base of the tree. And all of a sudden, this crack started to appear down the tree, and the tree itself gave shape and gave form and started to kind of pull apart, revealing this kind of kaleidoscopic color arrangement, portal-esque shimmer within the trunk of this tree. With little time wasted, Killian urged you all to step through. Reluctantly at first, not knowing what was awaiting you along there on the other side, you did not hesitate. And one by one, stepping through and into the trunk of the tree and being enveloped by this beautiful light source as you were whisked into what appeared to be a portal. A moment or so passed, and these beautiful, vibrant colours passing your very eyes, you break through into the other side and out of another tree. A beautiful large willow tree with its branches hanging down, giving this beautiful shaded area into where you now stand. Before you lies a beautiful elven village. Most of the buildings made into trees and up, and you see within the canopies of most of the trees in this area, you see that there are small buildings that have been made of this beautiful spindled wood and carved wood. But most of the larger buildings have actually been made into the trees. You see that across into this vale, which is around 50 to 100 feet, the entrance to this beautiful valley and this beautiful glade, you see a lot of extremely large trees, most of which larger than most of you have seen before. A couple of you have seen trees like this, but I mean, especially you, Ash, you've seen a tree of this size before, being near the World Tree. And I would assume that Feathers, during your time hunting when you were younger, you would have seen things like this. But the trees are massive. Like, think redwoods, but bigger.
Oof. Dang.
Huge trees. And as you kind of look into this glen, this glade as such, you see that there have been buildings carved into the actual trees themselves, and like windows carved out of them with light source coming out. The weather is slightly cooler. The sun, as you were taking notes, Clovis, as you went in, appears to be in a different spot in the sky. The temperature, as I say, a little cooler than it was before you entered a moment ago, and as you exit, you see that where there was clear skies, it's a little bit more overcast where you are now. Killian kind of steps in last and steps out of the tree. You've, well, here we are. Sorry about the means of travel, but it's the quickest way.
I'm gonna help.
Oh, does anyone else's eyes hurt?
I think it's fantastic.
It's curious. I mean, we left in the morning, but the sun is almost reaching its peak. How far have we come?
Fair distance, some miles. You are now a little bit further afield in the Cormanthor forest. This is where the Kiri-Kitor are. And if we're to help, you need to meet them. I can only give you as much information as I can, as I have. But in order for you to join me and help us, you will need the blessing of our leader. Now, as much as I'd like to take you straight there, there are procedures that need to be adhered to, and without meaning any offense, most of you could do with a bath. It wouldn't be fitting to stand in front of someone so noble, smelling the way you do. Again, no offense intended. You've been on the road a while, I can tell.
I'm honestly wondering why you're still talking beyond the word bath. Please, lead the way, for goodness sake.
Please.
Before we do, there are some small details that we should probably discuss. We here at the Kiri-Kitor, in the glen of Alovan, we are a peaceful folk. But when duty calls, and if it's necessary, we act without question. Few and far between are the eyes that pass across this glen. We've kept it secret for a great millennia. Outsiders are often unwelcome. So please, I need everyone on their best behavior. I will vouch for you as we enter. You will have the freedom of the glen to make yourselves comfortable. I will take you and we'll house you in one of our more permanent residents. It does have bathing facilities and such, but I will then go and I will speak to our leaders and ask for their audience this evening. Unless there's any questions, follow me.
I mean, you guys are such... Sorry.
No, sorry. Micah's just going to make his weapon disappear.
Okay.
Sort of looking around and then at the guys like, if you guys act so quickly on problems, why is there anything wrong with your forest and why aren't you dealing with it?
We are. We've lost a great number. Scouts, warriors. I've been sent on a reconnaissance mission to see how far spread this had been. And beyond that, to search for people to help. Tiri here came and joined us. He was sent from his people because word reached them that something was wrong. And he's been helping us ever since.
Are there any others from there who have come to help?
Tiri. No. It's just me. They thought I would be enough.
Of course they did.
It is rather lovely here. The people are wonderful. Very welcoming. Well, that's all. Follow me. And he starts walking down, and where this willow tree is placed, it's kind of at the edge of where this glade is, but there's, as you kind of look down at the floor, there's this kind of pathway that's kind of made from rough rock and stones that have been embedded into the earth to create this small pathway leading towards this glen. The glen itself, as you kind of look at it, beyond the large trees, you see that there are roots, enormous roots that break through the earth and back in multiple different places. And there's a small stream that runs kind of through the middle of this glen. Looking out from where you are, you see that there are a number of individuals milling around this place, most of which taking their time.
Looking around, like, obviously the architecture, but also like the people around where we are, is it like mostly elves?
Make me a perception check, please.
Okay. Where's my D20? There's one. That one's going in the bin. It's a natural one for a 3.
Okay, it's hard to tell. You haven't seen anyone else other than elves. Can't, even from this distance, hard to tell. But so far, it doesn't give you the impression that anyone other than elves are here. As you are led down the path, you reach sort of like a natural border as such, made of roots that are growing through the ground, that bushes are all kind of encapsulating the roots, that kind of create this sort of natural cordon around where this glen is. And we're through one root that kind of comes up through the earth, quite tall, and then bends round. It's kind of kept free underneath, and the path itself leads under this large root that's burst through the earth. As you make your way underneath this this large root and into the kind of precipice of this elven village, 2 guards, both wearing exactly the same armaments, green tunics with green hoods, emblazoned with this golden and silver finery all over, with bows slung over their shoulders, beautiful quivers on their backs, 2 short swords. Oh, my mouth today, honestly.
So well.
I know. 2 short swords on both sides of their hips. You see them both kind of approach, hand up, and go, "Oh, Killian, you've returned. I have with visitors. These are my guests. They're here for an audience." "Very well. Greetings, friends. I hope you travelled well."
Yeah, reasonably. Through a tree.
"Very well. Killian, as much as we would like to just allow your friends in, there are protocol, you know. Yes, Friends, you'll have to renounce your weapons for the time being. There won't be any weapons present during your audience. They will be kept safe, and they will be made readily available at any moment's notice."
More available than just on us.
"Yes."
I kind of just whisper to Jove, "Best behavior," as I do the exact same I did in the Narrows, where I take off my staff, remove the daggers, and then remove all of the darts scattered about my person and deposit them.
Thank you. And he kind of like takes them and walks them over to where they were stood and opens this, what kind of looks like a bush. He kind of grabs and lifts, and inside there is a large chest. He kind of places them in.
Bush chest.
Camouflaged.
Bush chest.
Like the two
Kids
guards
calling it these
kind
days.
of...
Bush box. Anyway.
The two guards walk up to each of you individually. Clovis, one walks over to you and... "Do you have any weaponry?"
I'll sort of lean my cane against my leg, and I'll open my blazer and just flip the 2 daggers I have out and hand them over.
Thank you. And moves across to you, Michael.
I'll pick out 3 daggers,
Mm-hmm.
take out the handbags, pop it all in my bag as well as the hammer, and I'll just hand over the whole bag.
Thank you. I'm sorry, all weaponry?
Yeah, there should be. Oh, wait, give me a sec. And I'll hand over the sword as well.
Thank you. And he goes and places
No
them
worries.
in. I didn't mean to startle you with that. We do have ways to detect certain magics.
Oh no, it's fine. It's just that it has a way of sticking to me, and I often forget that it's on me.
Easily done. Don't worry. And you? And he kind of walks over to you, Azrael.
He sort of takes off the javelins, puts them into the ground. You might want more than one of you for the next one.
I'm sure we'll be
please.
fine.
Just takes off the greatsword, just lets the weight fall to the floor.
Surprisingly, for you, he takes it by the handle, swings it, and you see that he spins the blade over into his hand. "Thank you." And picks the javelins up and goes and places them in the box.
Damn!
The other guard, after collecting yours, walks over to you, Feathers, and goes, "Sorry, dear. You don't mind. Any weaponry?"
Oh, of course. And I also pull out 2 daggers just from, like, between my feathers. I hand them over with my boomerang as well, which is also hidden in my feathers. I slip off my bow that's over my shoulder. I'm like, you don't... I stutter over the loot because I know of its properties. And I'm like, do you need this?
Unless you plan on hitting someone over the head with it, I think you'll be fine.
Thank you. and I put it back in my bag. That's everything.
Thank you. And yourself, sir? If you wouldn't mind, just hand over your weapons.
Why do you want us to disarm ourselves?
Because
There we
you're
go.
apparently being brought in front of our leaders, and it is protocol.
Your leaders can't handle themselves.
Jove.
Oh, they can. Yes, but if
Then
you...
What's the worry? I don't
Because
like
if-
walking into new cities without my axe.
I'm sure that a man such as yourself, with your stature and capabilities, would be able to do much more damage without it than with. We're a peaceful people here, and you're not being granted an audience with our leaders unless you do.
Yeah, peaceful until you're not. He sort of pulls it up and reluctantly just pushes it into his hand, takes off the Archeon blade, because I still have that. Throws it towards him.
Thank you.
Just growls a little bit.
Thank you. Very well, Killian. That seems to be everything. I must ask, before you do enter our wonderful city, that if you are to use magics, although not prohibited within the city limits, please keep it to non-lethal magics. Any lethal use of magic within the boundaries of the Glen is punishable by death.
That's a weird sentence.
I hope you all understand. It is for the safety of the many, not the few.
Really peaceful people, yeah.
Thank you. Killian, everything seems to be in order. Right. Yes. Right then. Follow me. I'll get you situated and then I'll go and seek audience for you. Tiri, you know where you're going. You want your own accommodation? I'm sure it's still set up. Sure. I'll meet up with you all later, unless there's anything you need. Very well.
Who's this again?
Harry.
And we know him because...
Monastery. Jove.
Oh, right, yeah. You were the...
Well,
No,
I'll see you
we're
this
fine.
evening
Thank
for...
you.
I'll see you this evening for supper. And Tiri just kind of like bows ever so slightly to the rest of you and turns and walks away. Killian. Right, well, if you'll you follow me.
Okay.
Hey, Tilly, how do I get my stuff back? If I want my axe, when do I get that back?
When we're ready to give it to you.
No, I don't like that. Okay, this isn't good. Like, they've just
Jove!
taken it...
Jove! Please.
What?
Please.
What? They disarm us, bring us into a city we don't know, and then when they want to, they'll give us our stuff back. I
When
don't
we
buy
leave,
that.
we'll get it back. If we're in danger, we will get it back. You need to have a little trust in these situations.
I don't
Okay.
trust nothing.
We have no reason to suspect these people so far.
And
They
we
saved
don't have
our
no
lives.
reason to... they
Well,
got...
look, you don't trust us, and we're a cautious people. We don't just let anyone in here. And if we do, it has to be on our terms, for the sake of this sacred place. I appreciate that you have an affinity to your axe. I will ensure that it's carefully looked after, and if necessary, and if you desperately need it back, it will be retrieved for you. I promise
Sure it
you,
will.
kind sir, that nothing will happen. You have my word. I wouldn't have brought you here otherwise. Look, we need your help. Maybe, just maybe, we can help you.
Sorry. It's very Saturday morning cartoons. He just looks at him and goes, "Highness, sir, take us wherever we're going."
Goodbye.
Very well. Right. Come on then. And he kind of like where you are situated at the entrance to the glen, he kind of leads you directly left. Instead of going further in, he kind of like turns immediately left and kind of along the outskirts of the glen, takes you a little bit in, but towards this rather large, what looks to be a sycamore tree, but much, much larger than you kind of anticipate. Walks round one side of it, and as you kind of walk all towards the other side of it, you see that just in front of it there is a small pond and beautiful garden laid in front with these beautiful flowers. And as you kind of make your way around the other side of this huge trunk of this tree, there is a door on just embedded in the tree trunk. Killian stops and gestures towards it and make yourselves comfortable. There's bathing facilities, likely to be fresh food. We are all vegetarians though, so please.
God, this place gets worse and worse.
Make yourselves comfortable. Feel free to...
I can cook meat though, right? Like I can start a fire and make some meat?
I wouldn't start a fire in the middle of a forest, no, but there is cooking facilities within the house.
What about
Please,
magics otherwise usually used for lethal means, but in this case used to cook meat? Is that permitted?
I wouldn't try and find the fine print in the rules, to be honest. If people are asking you not to use lethal magics, I just wouldn't use lethal magics. Sound fair? Yeah.
What about drink? Can we drink?
Good question.
You can do as you please. If you feel that you are nervous and you need to quell those nerves with alcohol before you meet our great leaders, then fine. But please make sure you don't drink too much. Having a more coherent conversation with them might be in your best interest.
I'm not one for coherent conversations when I'm sober.
So
We know. We know.
Somehow I believe you. Well, I'll leave you to it, friends. Feel free to explore the glen if you like. Only the great tree is off limits without audience. Even if you were to attempt to go in, you would likely be stopped. But everywhere else, feel free. Feel free to explore to your heart's content.
Which one is the great tree? They're all pretty big.
The biggest one. It's towards the far end of the glen. You can't miss it.
Rule of
For the
thumb.
trees and all that.
Rule of thumb, don't go in a tree unless you've seen a bigger one.
Words to live by. Right, I'll leave you to it. Is there anything else that you need?
Where would you... I understand magic is somewhat prohibited here, but is there a place where those gifted in such arts gather?
We do have a couple of sages in the village, those that are more magically inept. They tend to practice within their own homes and properties, but if you're looking for someone that might be able to help you in that department, then I would seek out Naya. She's the best sage within the village.
Naya. Very well. Thank you very much, Killian.
Very welcome. Anything else that I can help you with before I... Look, I'm going to request an audience with our leaders. They are quite gentle individuals, but they have their ways. I would suggest that maybe if you have some more finer adornments to wear them. If not, I can send for some more.
Is there a specific dress code?
I wouldn't approach them as warriors.
Why? That's what they're looking for.
Because there's just niceties and procedures that we like to adhere to. I, for one,
this
will
place is like Candlekeep all over again.
I will seek out the local tailor and see if we can get some more accommodating wares for you to wear. Well,
anything that's black is fine.
I'll see what I can do. I will leave you to it. And he kind of like, again, just doesn't bow, but just kind of nods his head to you all and turns and leaves.
Clovis, you need to teach me about social standards before we meet these people, I feel like.
There's far too much for you to learn in such little time, unfortunately, but follow my lead. You should be fine.
I won't worry about it too much. I know nothing about anything and I get by.
Well,
Didn't you get arrested at a party?
Yeah, for something that I didn't do.
actually, to be fair, before that happened, he was the life and soul of the whole affair, so...
He really was. Everybody
Fucking
loved
tore
him.
up
It was
that joint.
You did. You really did. Also,
Are
does
we-
anybody else now really want to go to the Great Tree now that it's been said it's off limits? Because that's something you should not say to me. You should not say, do not go to this thing, which is this location. Now I really want to go.
I'm so glad you said that.
I also am
Almost.
extremely glad. I barely listened to a thing he said.
Just-
Something about tailoring came up, and that caught my attention briefly. But
Jeff puts his hand to the door. The second you say that, he just turns and goes, I don't think so. In.
very well.
I was going to have a bath anyway.
I hope the bath he wasn't talking about is the pond.
No,
Hey.
I don't
Are we not?
think
Are we
so.
not washing there?
I can make the pond work, but if there's an actual bath, that's fine.
There's something I would like to discuss beforehand.
We'll
Before
get
we go
inside
in,
first.
we go in.
But we go in. Yes, going in is important to this.
It's important to what you're going to say.
Yes.
Interesting.
Do you ever have anything important to say?
Hey now, Joe.
Depends. It's important to me.
Oh, so it's not that.
Come then.
Cool.
Inside.
As you open the door, you see this round room that's been carved out of the inner of this tree. There is what looks to be a fireplace that isn't currently on alight with traditional fire. There is more of an arcane fire that's kind of set around a few inches above the kindling, that's just kind of giving the illusion of crackle, but there is some warmth that comes from it. Inside there is tables, chairs, a small kitchen, a couple of sofas but made of wood and dressed with leaf and foliage.
I
There
can make it
is-
work.
There is a small room that's kind of cordoned off, so kind of like there's one bit that's cordoned into a room with a partition across. Very high ceiling. Most of this has been done very well. The craftsmanship of this is insane. The table itself has been finely crafted. The cupboards, which kind of line the outside, are perfectly curved along the back so they fit flush against the wall with this beautiful carved door panels on the front of these cupboards. The wash basin has been kind of carved out of this beautiful mahogany wood and kind of what looks to be like wax sealed, with a beautiful jug next to the sink that's glass, but it's quite large and quite ornate, with some towels that hang just over the front of where this sink is.
Is it one story, 2 stories?
2 stories. There is a small there is a staircase that kind of, where the partitioned room is, just next to it, this spiral staircase that goes up around the outside of the room.
Cool. So we're not in a tree stump, basically. It's
No. So it kind of spirals up to the second floor.
cool.
I'm gonna sort of rush forward before the more bloodier people kind of get to the bath. The bath. I'm gonna, I'll only be a second, as I rush forward to kind of run myself a little bath.
Okay.
Further, we were supposed to talk.
Oh, I'm sure I can catch it from here. And
You're the one that this refers to more than most.
We'll need a moment. Go on.
okay.
We'll need a
calling
moment
dibs.
anyway. We'll need a moment anyway, and I'll cast detect magic from my cane and
Okay.
just do a little circle of the room, just looking up to see if there's anything magical. Mostly not necessarily looking for any magic items in the room. I'm looking for any magical sources of observation.
Okay, there's no magical sources of observation. The fireplace lights up like Christmas fucking tree. Like,
Ooh.
it glows with illusionary magic. As you kind of send out this detect magic, there is a glow coming from the room that's partitioned, and as you kind of go to the entrance of that, that's where the bathroom is, and where the bath is, there is a jug next to it, and the jug is lighting up.
Ooh,
Steal
love
it.
that.
Um,
I'll take a note of that, and then I'll just continue to look up in the rafters and just make sure
yeah,
that there's
no other sources of magic other than the fireplace and the jug.
Okay, cool. Sorry, just a precaution. Generally when people disarm you and put you in a room, they're keeping an eye on you, but we're probably safe to talk.
Did I do something wrong? Did I offend you?
No. It was. People seem to be unhappy when other people walk off. And Clovis, you were there when we purchased this, and I'll pull out the map. He said that it shows where everyone is.
Right.
It's a magical map. It allows us to track the locations of anyone who is so attuned to it. It might be a good way of us keeping track of each other. Jove, you get frustrated with people wandering off without informing anyone all the time, so this should give you a bit of comfort.
Sorry, you've had this since Baldur's Gate,
Yes.
and you're only just now telling us you have a map that shows where all of us are within a certain distance.
Yes.
Sounds about right.
Better
All
late
right,
than
fuck
never.
you guys, I'm going to the kitchen. And Joe's going to go to the kitchen just to peruse around.
What do we need to do to attune to this?
I believe just spend time looking over it.
Okay. I mean,
It's all I've done.
that's fine. I just have a question following that then, Azrael.
Yeah.
If you are the one who has this map, does that mean you plan on sticking around? Because you have made several points about simply wanting to head north. I need to know why and if you're in it with us. Because the stakes are so high right now that your personal mission may have to be set aside for the time being if you're willing to help us. If you just want to find a way north, I mean, I don't know whether... I mean, I think he mentioned this forest, which I'm pretty sure is as north as the High Forest, from what I remember. So we are north. You've made it north. What now?
My
you
plan
staying?
to go north was every year I go and visit my wife's grave.
Okay.
That was the reason I was heading north. That was my personal mission, as you so call it.
I didn't mean it to sound so blunt. I didn't know it was something like that.
But I can safely say that if I went there and didn't help you, that my wife would probably kill me herself. So as much as you may not like it, Ash especially, I think you're stuck with me for the time being.
Coming out of the kitchen with like a saucepan in his hand is like, well, I mean, we don't have to be. Like, his reasons go, like, that's not super strong. Like, you know what we're doing here.
So I get the gist of it. You
No. It's not the gist. It's the world. We are literally trying to save everyone. It's not just something you pick up and then maybe do.
well, luckily for you, I'm one of the people that live on the world.
I don't think it's lucky, but sure, okay.
I have potential further incentive for you, Azrael. The tone that we have discussed previously. You seem, from conversations we've had, very anti-undead, and I pointedly do not look at Michael. You seem rather anti-undead. There is a prophecy that I overheard these guys talking about in Candlekeep, that one of the interpretations could be that undead dragons are being brought back. If you're so against the undead, then there's another stake in it for you.
Anti-undead is a simple way of putting it. Just what is dead should stay that way for
Mike.
You do not say that, please.
No, I didn't know. No.
I was 3 seconds of role playing on that. I was like,
If you want me to attune to this map, can I do it after my bath?
not specifically you. I think we.
I don't believe that for a second, but I'm happy to do so. But yeah, I'm grimy from the road. Just give me a second. It won't take long. I'm not big. So then I shoot off to go and wash.
As she leaves, Joe just leans out and goes, "No, we'll give her that map. We'll never see it again." Just dips back around the corner.
Safely tucked in my jacket.
Ashar, have you been to a place like this before? You seem to at least know the procedures and...
The High Forest is kind of similar, and the monastery's way of organizing themselves is also pretty akin to this. It's not too foreign to me. However, where I went in the High Forest, yeah, there'd be houses carved out of trees, but nothing of this scale, and there'd just be my chaotic little satyr friends gallivanting and partying. It was never quite as structured as this, but I have some idea of the things not to say from personal experience.
I've been to many places, but never one quite such as this. And as honest as they may seem, and I've seen no reason to doubt what they've told us, I've got a rule to never take an elf at face value. The longevity sometimes makes them look at others as less important.
I know.
Less indeed. But I'm not sure. They seem to need us for a reason. This stuff that's going on with the forest, it's clearly gotten them spooked. We should hear them out and make our decision, but up until now, their further assistance in our onward journey has been all maybes and avoidance of giving us potentially something back in return for help.
They seem to be very very keen on deferring to their leaders, so we see what the leaders have to say, and I do feel like we owe some good to the world, and I'd quite like to help in general, but we could also really do with the help in return. So.
Indeed.
We're putting a lot on hold for this, and Phalanx, bless him, is only going to be able to do so much on his own in the caravan. We do have a wider purpose here.
I'm sorry I somewhat lost my temper with him yesterday. Not lost my temper, but shared a few harsh words. It wasn't
nothing I haven't dished out to him before.
Even so, I know you trust him, and I should have relied on that a little more than to blame or accuse or whatever. I just feel a little bad about that.
Well, I'm sure next time he loves fire whiskey, so if he wants to repay the Porus gold, there's that. But what I will say about Phalanx is he is the first person I was truly honest with after many years, and he hasn't betrayed that trust in the time I've known him. He can be trusted with his task. I just don't want him to get in trouble as a result of it.
Do I?
But Azrael, that satisfies what I wanted to hear from you, I suppose. I think I was worried that you were just going to be using us as transportation and then fuck off with the information you know. But if you are saying that you are committed to staying and helping us, then that's enough for me. And I'm sorry that I've been so brash, but you have to understand that it's difficult to trust people, especially when there's so much of a burden on your shoulders. And also you ask a lot of questions.
Oh, that's how you learn things.
I know, but it's also how you get information to then betray. So you've got to understand that it looks quite suspicious.
Some information is best volunteered than requested.
Exactly.
For all I know, you were bad people. I didn't know you.
No, we still are.
Mm.
I've seen the silver thing. I think you're good people. Buddy trusts you. He's a good judge of character.
To be fair, Buddy loves Joe.
That's true.
I told him I thought he looked like an animal person. I thought it might get him to like me a bit better. Don't tell him.
He doesn't like me very much.
No, Buddy likes you.
I mean, Joe.
Oh.
What's there to like?
Both of you! Stop!
Feathers, as you are going in the bathroom and preparing yourself a bath, you notice there is one jug on the bath as you kind of enter the room, and it's not large jug, it's a pitcher, it's not massive, and it's kind of the only water in the room. You think, well, the thought process in your head is pour that in, then have to run out to the pond, fill up.
100%, yeah.
So you pour the water and keep pouring the water, and the water just keeps pouring and pouring and pouring out of this jug, like, continuously. You then kind of look towards one end of the bath, and there is like this kind of like ornate kind of prong system that's at the end of the bath that you kind of get the jug tip and place on the two prongs and let go as it just endlessly pours the water in to make a bath.
Ash! You can't come and see this! This is
Running! I'm running!
You see a magical bath that's being filled by a magic tap jug.
How big is the tub?
I mean, it's a fucking bathtub, dude. Like
Yeah,
what?
no, but like,
I mean, I'm
Like,
very
is it-
small.
it's fine.
Capacity, come on.
Ash is stripping and getting in.
It's not a bath house size bath. It's a bath. So Feathers, as you kind of like pour the jug and rush out and get Ash and be like, "Oh my god, have you seen this?" She immediately just takes her clothes off and jumps in the bath that you're pouring for yourself, and you kind of stood there like,
Is that not an invitation?
No, I wanted to show you the cool.
It's really cool. Look, there's space. You can go.
I'll give you a minute. And she kind of just like
So this all.
saw this
I
out.
went, the only image that I saw when Ash went, "Look, this space," and just like opens her legs from the knees a little bit. From the knees, like just kind of like whoop. Like,
She's got bath blocked.
yeah. Oh no. In the meantime, Jove, you are in the kitchen currently. You see, it's a well-stocked kitchen, but only with vegetables and salad sauce.
Looking in the Jove with kitchen. Cooking in the kitchen with Jove. Wrong way round. Fucking hell.
We need a set. Honestly, I think for next week we should like have a segment that every time you cook, I just play this "Cooking with Jove in the kitchen," like a little jingle.
Let's make some fucking food. Right. Yeah, so I mean it's vegetables, right? So it's mostly fresh greenery, so I can assume garden variety grown.
Yeah, root veg, garden
Yeah.
veg, all that kind of stuff. So you're looking at turnips, carrots, peas, onions, potatoes, that sort of thing. Nope, no dope.
Dope. No
Nope,
dope.
none of that.
Well,
Okay.
that was going to make this evening so much easier.
There are
That'd be
herbs and
nice.
spices. There are herbs and spices, but not that kind of herb or spice.
No, Joe's famous pot brownie is not today, I'm afraid. Right, okay, so yes, taking as much of the root veg of theirs as they can, because he's going to get his fucking money back for this place, because they took his eggs. Take as much of that as possible, and from the bag of colding,
Mm-hmm.
I need to find my shopping list. So, what have I got? Still got 3 of those. Okay. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to rough chop veg, make sure it's all washed, make sure everything's clean. I'm going to rough chop veg, do some... Is there oil in there?
Yeah,
For like
sure.
fry?
So it's
fry?
a
Cool.
full stock kitchen.
Cool. So we are going to parboil, then fry some potatoes off, roast some veg, and then I'm just going to bust out the meat pie and segment that out, not knowing not everyone's going to have some, but there's still pie.
Yeah.
And then we're just going to have fried potatoes and roasted veg
And pie.
and pie.
Excellent. So I need you to make me a cooking check, which we will add to your sheet soon. So I need you to roll me a d20, add your proficiency bonus and dexterity modifier.
Oh, Dex as well. Too kind. Oh, that's good. Okay, so that is an 18.
18.
Nice.
Good eating.
This
Good eating.
being in this
Absolutely returns.
that returns.
How was your bath, Feathers?
So, because this is not, you're not using your traditional pans and pots and from your cooking utensils, you're using a full kitchen with a beautiful cast iron oven with beautiful skillets and pans and things like that. You succeed in creating a rather nice dish.
Nice.
Very good.
Kitchen's a fucking tip afterwards, but it's a great looking thing.
I would
So-
imagine Jove is that type of cook that uses every pan in the kitchen for like, and then just like piles it all up at the end, like success.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
My cooking mama, just 5 stars, and then just hey. So yeah, from the kitchen, Jove starts. He just sort of like rough hands this big sort of plate of fried potatoes, and then the veg, and then brings out the pie. And it's not very well cut, but there's a slight evenness to the slices. You can take a bigger bit if you want.
Okay.
He just sort of looks at everyone and goes, "Food. Let's, eat."
Okay.
Goodness me, this is quite the spread. You've outdone yourself.
Oh yeah, you gotta know how to cook. I mean, living out in the world. Can't run an army on an empty stomach.
Fair enough. And I'll take a small slither of pie,
Mm-hmm.
plenty of potatoes, and a little bit
Yep.
of veg. And
Okay.
I'll,
You gain.
Someone bring me a plate.
You gain the well-fed benefit, which means that you gain an additional, because of an 18, you get 10 temporary hit points.
Damn.
Ooh.
I would like to throw a stalk of broccoli into Ash's path.
Okay.
Just let this out, I'll catch it and eat it.
Right, you gotta see if I make the attack first.
So, everyone who divulges in this meal gains the well-fed benefit. You give yourselves 10 hit points, 10 temporary hit points. You get that because it was an 18 for 6 hours.
6 hours, damn.
Let's go.
You're well fed. This is a mighty spread in front of you, and I did not mean for that to rhyme.
I was about to say.
Oh god, we're going back to the Christmas one shot.
Yeah.
That's what comes up on a success screen. Well,
Mighty spread.
Mighty spread.
Yeah.
Stunning crack.
Stunning crack, mighty spread. Anyway, so Ash, you managed to get yourself nice and clean. Relax a little bit with your own thoughts.
Yeah. God.
I've got to spread the stunning crack at you.
As you're laying in the bath, this is the first time in a long time since you've met this group where you've had this this luxury. You went to the bathhouse in El Terrell, but since then it's been rough roads and hardy travel, and having this moment to yourself in the bath, just kind of running over in your mind everything that's transpired in the last few weeks, kind of gathering your thoughts. But is there anything else that you'd like to do, or just relax in the bath?
I am just going to relax in the bath, and if no one's going to bring me food, what I'm going to do is kind of like laying in the bath. I want to inspect my arm a bit more, doing a bit more in depth, like feeling, see if there's anything different, any changes, anything like that. Just flexing it, moving it, trying to see if it's still twinging at all or if it seems to be okay.
Okay, make me a medicine check first.
I'm so good at those. What am I at those? Oh, it's not too bad. That is a 14.
14, and then an investigation check.
I am shit at those.
Well, you still got to roll it.
Also a 14.
Excellent. So you spend some time kind of going over. Nothing seems to be broken. No kind of muscle pain or anything as you kind of washing your arm and feeling where you would imagine the bones that you felt potentially could have been broken or fractured or whatever. There's no pain as such there. However, your skin is a little bit kind of rough to the touch.
Sorry, these guys.
Don't acknowledge it. Don't acknowledge it.
I know, just
Anyway,
move on. Just move on.
Guys,
I mean, this happened to me and Dan last week, but
Go on.
let's just move on. So you kind of, your skin feels a little rough, and kind of where the skin is, it feels slightly scarred, where it's kind of where this whole charred patches on your arm, it kind of feels as if it has been burnt, but there's no tenderness or anything. The skin's just a little rougher, and as you move your hand up to your top of your arm to where the tattoo is, or the newly formed tattoo that's more of a brand than a tattoo, you kind of move and move your hands around it, and as you kind of move your hand over it, you hear ever so faintly in your mind sound of lightning cracking and thunder, but only very faintly, almost like somebody's just moved a plate too suddenly on a table sound, ever so slightly, and as you kind of move your hand back over it, the sound doesn't happen again, but ever so slightly on that first You kind of hear that sound in your mind.
She kind of, if it doesn't happen again, she kind of shakes her mind out of it, not knowing if there's some weird side effects to Pinna's gold that she's not aware of. And she kind of makes a note before realizing that she's probably been in the bath way too long, is feeling a bit guilty for stealing the bath from Feathers, and hops out and just wraps a towel around herself and just flops into a table and sits down to eat.
Okay, no problem. As you're eating your small slither of pie, Clovis, with vegetables at the table, you're kind of getting through it. And, I mean, this is a marvellous slice of pie, and vegetables are beautifully cooked, and everything's done ever so, just enough seasoning, just enough, pepper and things on. As you're kind of doubling down into this meal, you hear, hello? I hope you're well. I know I haven't been in touch over the last few days. We have been quite busy. Are you okay?
Lovely to hear from you, dear. We are okay. Yes, it's also been quite a busy day. We've traveled a little further than we expected, but yes, it's been a few days, but we're well. How goes your journey? Have you gotten any closer to Greenest?
Well, we arrived not 3 days back. We weren't met with any hostility, though a lot of precaution on their part, which is understandable from what you've said. Eros made acquaintances with the governor as best he could, but we were initially asked to be turned away. Understandably so, the governor's reasoning being that he was in process of rebuilding his town, and Eros spent some time with him, but has offered to use the hands of the Shadowbacks not only as help in the rebuilding of the town, but also in defences. They are, of course, capable individuals. I tried my best not to be involved. I didn't really want to make my presence known too much. Again, rather being more precautious than anything, and I, in fact, just sought out your friend, Darlin. He is a peculiar fellow, but lovely man.
Well, I'm glad that Darlin is taking care of you. Nighthill, he's lost a lot, as have all the people of Greenest, so it's understandable he might be a little bit apprehensive to new faces, but he'll come around when he sees the good that the Shadowbacks are doing. You can tell Eros that Jove is getting on well. He's been excelling, both in his physical prowess and in his slightly more civilized airs. He's been reading, which is fascinating. The others, they're keeping their heads up, but I won't lie to you, Quinn, it's been a rough few days. Still, don't worry about us. We're doing what we set out to do, mostly. I'll keep you updated in the coming days, but we are safe. Make yourselves at home. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Well, I am glad to hear that you're okay. I do worry, though you ask me not to every time we speak. I can't help it. It's weird, I must admit, finally having family again. But I now have a job. You're now speaking to the manageress of the Neverfell Inn. Obviously, Darlin is the proprietor, and I won't take that title away from him. The man's so consumed with improvements something that you mentioned to him prior to leaving about a skylight. He's been tearing the place down for days, but we have seen a bit of a profit over the last couple of days. I think, not to be too brash, he mentioned that having a prettier face behind the bar than his has incited the locals to spend more coin. Well, it's keeping me busy. I've spent my days mainly managing stock and... Look, you don't need to hear this one. I'm having a lot of fun. This is more than... I'm involved here now more than I was in my previous business. And it's nice. I have tried to tell him that we should turn this from more of a tavern into an inn and that the profits would only largen, but... Well, he is a stubborn old goat, but by the time you return, I'm sure I'll have gotten my way. Look, I'll tell Eros when I next see him, although I've not seen him in a couple of days. He is keeping the Shadowbacks extremely busy. I think he's trying to win as much favour with the governor as can be. Probably best, but from what I spoke to him last, he thinks he could settle down here, and he thinks that the governor himself is a man of noble stock and that won't look down on the likes of the Shadowback as the people did in El Terrell, and it kind of... I think he wants to settle, which is really great.
Well, I'm pleased to hear our nest egg is in good hands. I'm sure you'll do a wonderful job. And yes, Nighthill is... he's not like the others. He can be somewhat distracted by pride and politics at times, but when it comes down to it, he does care for his people. At least from what I saw of him. There's no need to hide yourself away, Quinn. Make a friend of him. Anyway, I'll pass on your good wishes to our friends. I'll be in touch in a few days.
Okay. Stay safe. Make sure you eat something. And look after them.
And you.
And the line goes. The line.
The line.
The communication ends.
After I do that, I sort of like scoop up my last little piece of pie and lick my fingers. That was marvellous, Jove. Now, if everyone don't mind, I've spent the last week 5 foot away from the arse end of a horse, so I'm going to go and get some fresh air.
Oh, Feathers halfway through that sentence thought he was going to steal the bath again, so she got up and just kind of shoved half of the pie into her mouth and she runs off to the bath.
Okay.
I've been sitting on the cart, I'm not that dirty.
Okay. So, Feathers, you go for a bath. Clovis, you stand up.
I'm gonna wander out, and I'm gonna ask around for this Naya person.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing?
Would you mind some company, Clarice?
Certainly.
And I'll get up and I'll go towards where Joe's sitting, tap him on the shoulder and say, "That was delicious, thanks. You're really getting good at this."
With a mouthful of potatoes, he's like, "You're so surprised."
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't be. Anyway, thanks, Joe.
He's sort of like, it's friendly, but it's like a side fist to the, like, your midsection because he's sat down. Just like, yeah.
Breaks a rib.
Okay. So, Michael and Clovis, you stand up, leave the the residents. What are the rest of you doing? Ash, Azrael, and Jove. While Feathers is just floating about in the bath. Because owls are extremely buoyant, so she'll have jumped in and just gone...
They really are.
Did it appear that there was a stable of any sorts?
Not that you've seen.
Okay.
You still have the horse out. Where is it?
They wouldn't have been able to
I was
get
gonna
through the
say.
portal.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's
I
right. We didn't
think
walk
about
here.
the portal.
How about that?
As I'm leaving the door, and if I saw Feathers run to the bath, actually, I might just say to Bamf, "Go wash yourself up, love."
Okay.
That is my mind. To be fair.
But no, Azrael, you didn't see a stable at all. One thing that you did see, that kind of was stable-like, but you kind of can't really think... It looks like a stable, but your mind is telling you it's definitely not, because it's about 100 and so feet in the sky, attached to a tree. There's like what looks to be a stable in a tree.
Oh my god!
Towards the canopy of it. But you kind of like look, and as you were kind of walking to where you are, you kind of look at it and you're like, there's no way horses are in there. Because there's no, it doesn't appear that there's any staircase or anything up there. You're just kind of like, right, okay.
I'm going to investigate the tree stable.
Okay, so you're...
Why there's a stable in a tree?
Okay, so you're leaving. Okay?
Yep.
So Clovis and Michael leave first, and Clovis says to Bamf to go and wash. Bamf kind of like looks at you confused, kind of looks and goes, and just kind of turns and just kind of like bounces. You know, like when dogs do that scooty bounce thing, like do, like scoots through, shoves open the door of the bathroom, and just jumps. And as you kind of go, ah, she disappears.
Oh.
And then reappears a second later in the bath, and the water goes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Because I know Clovis is safe to do that.
So Michael and Clovis, you guys leave and head off out, shortly followed by Azrael. Ash and Jove, what are you two doing?
Just got this image of like Azrael's horse just hanging from like the canopy, just like two ropes attached around the middle, just sort of like hanging there. We just walk past tomorrow morning. So, is that your horse? Yep. I stabled it. Just in a tree. I mean, so it's just me and Ash at the table.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And Zayla around your neck, because I would assume that you've brought her with you.
Yeah, I imagine. Well, always. I assume, even if I don't say it, she is at least somewhere close to me.
Yeah.
It's a bit awkward at the table. He sort of doesn't quite know to look at you or where to look, so he's just sort of like shoveling a bit of potato in, and then he'll just have a bit of pie, and his mouth gets way too full, and he'll sort of.
I know I'm only wearing a towel, but you can look at me.
No, that wasn't why. Oh. Oh, that was too much. That was way too much. Oh, all right.
Jove,
I didn't notice you were. I don't.
are we okay?
I don't know. I know it's not your fault what happened, and you only did what you had to do, because... Yeah, alright, I get it. We pissed the guy off, killed him twice, technically, and he was gonna tell people about us. I don't blame you. I know I don't. I don't know. It's just... I can't just forget
I know.
that. It's not me.
I would never expect you to, but don't think for a second that I'm just forgetting about it and moving on. I shoulder all of the decisions like that I make, and honestly, it's why I'm as brash as I am. It's because I have so much shit behind me that I don't forget, that I cannot let myself forget. But the whole thing that I want you to understand is that while I did that, I don't want that to ever have to happen again. I'm not forgetting, Jove.
We're a lot more similar than it looks, aren't we?
I think so.
I know what it's like to hold on to stuff you can't let go of, but I was raised different. I was from a different place. I was talking to Mike about it, and I don't know, I know I seem angry all the time, and it's the prevailing thing people seem to think I am, but it's not just that. I'm how to describe it? So, right, orc life, okay? So, from when I was a babe to like 10, I think, whenever it happened, I was always told you feel everything all the time. You have to. Because if you don't and you hold on to it, it just rots your insides and it makes you worse. And then you can't let any other feelings in because that one just doesn't go away. So when I go hit a tree or scream at someone, it's because if I don't, it's just going to stay with me. And then I'll be angry all the time, and it'll just build and it'll build and it'll build, and yeah, and that's not good for me in a lot of ways, probably.
I don't know if you were saying angrier or if you just given her the sound effect of what angry sounds like without her knowing. I was angry. I don't know. It fucked me up. I was like, ah.
Why are you all laughing? I was like, what did he say?
Yeah, you went, or I'm angry. Sorry.
That was fine.
For me, it was kind of the opposite in a way. I was raised for 7 years, and then that was all thrown out the cart, literally. And then I had to raise myself. And when you're raising yourself, you have to suppress things, otherwise shit doesn't get done. And it wasn't until later that I realized that suppressing those feelings was not helping me. And it came out in anger. Anger at routine, anger at people trying to tell me what to do, anger at the way things were. Because I wasn't used to it. I didn't understand it. I'm still struggling. I still struggle. But I know what you mean when you say you want to feel through the emotions entirely so that they don't bottle up. I think it's just difficult because we have to learn and try and understand where the time and the place for it is.
You sort of see like this very broad smile come across as you describe like a childhood not dissimilar to his own. And he rests his hands on the table and is sort of, not in a threatening way, but sort of points at his knife sort of towards you. You know when you sort of point a knife and you flick it a little bit.
Yeah.
Man, I wish I'd known you when I was a kid. We'd have got on really well.
I'm not sure you would have been up for the amount of chaos I got into, Jove.
Right, okay. Imagine me, about 12 years old, roughly the size I am now, coming into a city where they assume kids are about yay high. Now imagine you're me, coming from a tribe where fighting every day is how you express, stuff, and might is right, and you gotta be passionate, you gotta be powerful, you gotta be fire. So I don't adjust well. I think I was in prison more times in my first year in Waterdeep than I was actually out on the streets. Bar brawls, people who looked at me weird, people who wondered why I was the way I was. Pretty much anyone it's what I knew. So someone said, "Hey, why are you doing that?" and questioned me or whatever, just bang, right in the stomach or right in the chin, whatever. It's because it's what I knew. And yeah, I was in the holding cells a lot. Overnights, weekends. I mean, you're 13, you drink. It's just, a regular day. But I soon realized that I wasn't going to be able to live how I used to around anyone anymore. And I don't think I've ever really gotten that idea. I don't get this place. I don't understand anything anymore. It's hard. I'm gonna let you in a little something. When I first started with these guys, I decided to go back to the way I used to be before I had to be better for civilized society. It didn't work. People don't like me when I'm me. So I have to hold a lot of stuff in. Like today, now, earlier. And I don't really know how much longer I'm supposed to do it for. Because, let's face it. What?
What's happening?
I just saw Nat go.
Everyone's redeeming. Everyone's redeeming names.
Keep going. Keep
All
going.
right.
This is good stuff. This is good stuff. Keep going. I was enjoying that.
The money's rolling in. So when we got to Greenest and all that happened, I had to dial it back in again, try and be smart, trying to think, try and be what they want me to be or need me to be. I don't really know who I'm supposed to be in the world anymore, because what I came from doesn't exist, or if it does, it's really far away, and by the sounds of it, they don't even like what I am. So,
Well,
I'll
let you in a little secret. I like you for how you are. You are the purest soul out of the bunch of us. And while some of the things you say, mainly when we're in company of others, may not go down too well, know that it's just me and you. Be yourself. I don't want you pretending to be someone you aren't. No one should ever feel like that. When you don't know who you are, it's a difficult thing to navigate, and I feel the same way a lot. But any of those emotions that comes to the surface, just if you're with me, you're safe. I'm not going to judge you one way or another. I know your heart's in the right place.
He sort of looks, he crosses his arms a little bit and sort of looks up at you, sort of in a way he's not really done before. Like, and you won't leave me if I do.
I've had enough people leave me, Jove. I'm not going to leave you.
Because I've not had people to travel with for a long time. A really long time. And I know Feathers rolls me up and Clovis makes fun of me, and that's fine, and they can do what they do. I just don't want to be alone anymore. I'm tired of it.
Me neither, Jove. Me neither. I'm not going anywhere. We're in this now. And
All
even
right,
after
I'm
this, even after this. You still got me.
Cool. We'll go find somewhere quiet to live and just be away from all of this.
I don't know how I do with quiet, but we can. We're
Oh, I mean, I could be
something
loud.
out.
Like, I could be loud. Like, don't I say quiet, but I mean like outdoorsy, quiet, nice.
I could do that. That's fine by
Yeah.
me. I know you don't like cities.
It sort of like turns to go and hug, and then he realizes you're in the town. He's like, no,
Ash says fuck it and just goes and gives him a hug anyway.
oh, wow.
Hover-handing. Doing a Keanu Reeves.
Like, if you look up for the first time, you genuinely see like a red on Joe's cheeks. He's like, okay, but I should warn you, you're the first woman who's ever held me basically naked. I don't know.
Okay, I don't want to make you uncomfortable. Okay, come on. I'll go put some clothes
No,
on.
I'm not uncomfortable. I just don't know what to do with my hands.
Oh my god.
In the meantime,
That RP had everything.
Dude.
that was
Unbelievable.
so
guys.
good, guys. In the meantime, as we go outside, Clovis and Michael, as you start venturing into the glen, why don't I show you what that looks like?
Oh, you have been doing prep.
You sneaky devil. You sneaky man.
Oh, goddamn.
Oh.
So,
Damn.
for you guys at home, I'm going to do a little flyby as to where these guys are. I need to move your tokens, but essentially, let me move these tokens. Oh my gosh.
Oh, there is one much bigger than the others.
So, these guys are all Banff. Azrael's not in there. Clovis is over not in there either. You can be over there. Michael is with Clovis. Sorry, guys. I'm just doing this so you guys can see where everyone is. Tiri is over here in his boat over there. And Killian has gone off that way. So, for you guys at home, let me just do that and move that over there. So, for you guys at home, this is the small property. The obviously map's not to scale, but this is the small property that they're in at the moment, and the entrance, which, as I said, has this sort of natural boundary along these routes that kind of cordon in this glen. As you, Clovis and Michael, step out of the house and start walking here, you do see that there is this ginormous kind of brazier that's located kind of in this little area that you hadn't seen before because you came this way through to the property. If you can see where I'm clicking.
Yep.
Yeah.
So as you kind of venture out to where this brazier is, it becomes very apparent that that stream I was talking about, it runs right through the middle and down into what looks and appears to be a cave system down towards the left-hand side.
Oh, yeah.
There is one massive tree, much larger than the rest, hard to miss.
Woof.
So, just to kind of give you an idea of what you're working with.
Yep.
Cool. I just thought I'd show you guys at home what these guys are seeing on their screens. As you venture out and round the corner to where that brazier is, the sight of this beautiful glade kind of opens up before you.
Mm-hmm. And you said this was a fire brazier?
Mm-hmm. It appears so.
I'll just, as we're sort of strolling past it, I'll just say to Mike, I'll just be like, Well, so much for not starting fires in the forest.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. Each to their own, I guess.
And then can I step up to it and just look at it and just sort of run my hand and let the flames lick my hand?
Mm-hmm. You do. And the flames lick your hand, and it appears that no heat's coming from this. You kind of like run your hand through and kind of like put your hand into the flame. Your hand doesn't burn, you don't get hot. Nothing. The individual that stood on the opposite side of the brazier just goes, it's quite wonderful, isn't it?
Yes, I've read a little of elven magics, but it's my first time in a place such as this.
Aye. And as you kind of like look across, you see there is this hooded elven lady with blonde hair kind of pouring out of the hood and down her shoulders. Don't worry, it won't hurt you.
Amazing. Perhaps you might help us. I'm looking for Naya.
Oh, that old cookbat. What are you looking for her for?
I've been informed that she is proficient in the ways of magic. I imagine this is potentially some of her work.
Aye, she is into all that hocus pocus stuff. You can find her at the top of the village to the left. You'll see her house. It's the one with all the mushrooms growing at the front of it.
Harmless mushrooms, I hope.
I don't know. She's, like I say, a little tapped.
Thank you. Your name was?
Ah, my name's Artur.
Artur. A pleasure to meet you. Clovis Crowley.
Hi. And your
Hi.
friend there? Strong, silent type. I like that in a man.
I turn away and walk.
Now, dear, don't play coy. The chase is half the fun.
You might be chasing him a little further than you might like to go.
Quite possibly. Is he alright? He looks a little under the weather.
No, he's not well.
Probably best speaking to Naya about that. She has some remedies that might quell whatever that was.
Much appreciated, and a pleasure to meet you.
And you.
I'll walk off after Mike in the direction that she told us, or looking out for a tree with loads of mushrooms growing out of it, I guess.
Okay, you cross, as you kind of like walk off down this small embankment towards the stream, you see that just before you, Michael, is this bridge that has been two large kind of roots that have kind of bow over the small stream that passes underneath it. And the bridge itself has not been carved planks that have been placed across. It's more like twine and interweaving root system that's been kind of like forced through and round each of these two roots, forming almost a natural bridge across. You cross it, both of you. You see that as you're approaching the bridge, there are two more guards that kind of like smile towards you and kind of like tip their heads. As you cross the bridge to the northern sector of this area, you see that off to the right, this ginormous tree looks like a huge oak tree, with a rather ornate double door carved with 4 guards heavily guarded front that are all kind of like on watch outside this front door as you cross over that bridge. And off to the left, a little up a hill, you see another tree laden with beautiful, like, multicolored mushrooms speckled out the front.
I'll just sort of say to Mike, So, is it just a fresh air that you wanted to come for, or did you want to get anything done?
Well, I thought you needed some company. Also, anywhere you can find a magic user could be a good place to look for anyone who can restore memory.
I suppose so. Elves have famously long memories, so...
Well, maybe they can help you with whatever it is that's hurting you whenever you cast magic.
You see Clovis kind of like sort of go, he sort of chuckles for a little bit smugly, but then the facade drops and he kind of kicks a little bit of dirt by his feet. He says, yes, you noticed. Yes. It's actually...
What you can do is impressive, to say the least. From what I know, what little I know about magic is that it all comes with a cost.
Well, I hope mine's already been paid. But, yes, what I may be able to do is certainly come on leaps and bounds in the past month or so. Pushed a little bit more to its limit. I've been, I suppose you could say, somewhat resting on my laurels for the vast majority of my life. My abilities came to me very young, but I've chosen to exploit them only where necessary and where fitting for my former trade. It's only recently that things have begun to accelerate. So I suppose I'm just looking for some answers, because it's beginning to accelerate beyond my means of control, it seems. At least my intention. And last time that happened, it caught me in a great deal of trouble.
Right.
As you both continue up the hill with this conversation, you start approaching the tree that has all these mushrooms, and there's two windows that have been carved out on each side and a small doorway in front of you. And as you kind of approach this, suddenly this noise from inside and black smoke echoes out the window. And that's where we're going to go for a quick break.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
We're going to go for a quick break.
No!
sorry.
My new master has just blown himself up.
I know, man. So, we're going to go for a quick break, guys. If you haven't already, go grab a drink now, go to the toilet. Probably be about 10-15 minutes-ish, probably around 8 o'clock when we come back. There or thereabouts, kind of like grey area. Get yourselves a drink, go and get yourselves refreshed, use the toilet, all the rest of it, and we'll be back very shortly. Bye. Hello, we are back. Thank you so much for sticking with us. I hope that you've had enough time during the break to get drinks and go to the bathroom and all the rest of it. Unbelievable. Anyway, let's jump back into tonight's session. So,
Fourth Stella tonight.
I know, weird.
Not Stella.
So-
okay.
As Clovis and Michael approach this tree property that is in front of them with loads of these multicolored mushrooms that have been set out, both growing outside the front, as you approach and you're mere 10-15 feet away, you hear and this black smoke erupts out.
I'll say in Elven, "Hello, is everyone okay in there? We seek the wisdom of the sage Naya."
All you hear is, "God fucking damn it! I know that I got the bloody ingredients wrong. I do it every time."
I'll say in common to Michael, "This may have been a mistake."
I mean, it wouldn't be our first.
No, you're quite right. And I'll
Okay.
my gaze will hold on him for a second, and then
The door flings open, and out stumbles this blonde-haired elven with soot and black-covered clothes that just kind of look worn. She kind of goes, "My God, woman! Honestly, I do it every fucking time."
This is just for you, Nolly.
Are you alright?
Oh, don't mind me, dear. Just little bit of alchemical mishap.
I'll take my handkerchief out and I'll sort of
You don't have it. I have a
go
given
down to her,
I'm just going to press
and
to
I-
digitate that person.
and I'll say, "You can keep that."
Thank you. And she goes, and just puts it in a pocket. Hello there.
Hello. My name is Clovis Crowley. We are visiting your glade, and I was told you are knowing in the ways of magic.
That I am. Mystical and all-powerful as Naya. I know a few spells, I.
Interesting. I wanted to pick your brain, if that's at all possible.
Oh, necromancy. I like it.
Not quite what I meant. More your expertise.
Ah,
I wish to draw from it.
very well. Have you tried our nettle tea?
That seems like a good place to start. May we come in? Actually, probably that's not probably a good idea.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
It smells a little noxious in there.
How do you think we make the tea? And she just walks in the house. Come on, come on.
They
take-
make the tea by making the place explode?
Certain types of tea, yes, and it's been a while since I've had one of those, but it's always interesting. Let's go.
Sure.
As you walk in and open the door wider and more of this kind of like plume of smoke, just kind of like, you see that none of it's in the room as such, it's now just kind of clung to the ceiling, and as you open the door, kind of echoes out towards you as the room starts to clear. Looking around, the majority of the inside is it's a little darker than the property you've just been in, because a lot of the inside, there are hanging vines and roots along the ceiling, moss-covered walls on the inside. You see that there are even like mushrooms growing on the inside on the walls of this kind of round property. Most of the furniture in here, although not as ornately carved and such, it's more like rustic furniture. Tables with lots of vials and pulses and lots of bowls and pestle and mortar everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I'm doing so well tonight. This happens
Portals everywhere.
every week.
Mortals.
Mortals.
So many twees.
yeah. So many twees, man. Especially in the glade.
In the glade. The glade of twees.
As I fucking hate you all. Right.
Let it go.
Forces eyes.
It's
Never
not
gonna
going
let it go.
anywhere, is it? Never gonna go. As you kind of like look around, you see that there is like a potion brewing station along the against the back wall near one of the open windows. But yeah, most of this is, you see like lots of ingredients on the shelves, lots of bottles and jars of like butterfly wings and shit like that. All sorts of ingredients knocking about. Well, come in, come in. Now tell me, you wanted to pick my brain.
Yes. Would you have any expertise in the... Well, let me start by asking you this. I see you're clearly proficient with alchemy, but there are a lot of ways from where people can draw their magic. Mine is something more born within me. How about yours?
Ah! No, mine comes from nature.
From nature?
Aye, being around the trees and... Tell you, it's actually quite nice. You see, most of the trees, they give life and death and all power that comes from deep within the core of the world. I merely draw from that.
I see. Well, I can't imagine that is the same for me. I've not spent too long in the wilderness. I much prefer the inner city. But I must admit, I've always been a little bit ignorant from whence my abilities come from. And I sort of pause for a moment and kind of glance in the direction of Michael, and like take a deep breath and say, the only lead I really have is my heritage. My father was said to be a great elven sage, such as yourself, though I've not had the opportunity to inquire further with the man himself.
Ah, so your magic comes from a long line of blood folk, where it's been passed down through generation to generation.
I don't want to. I can only assume.
Let's take a look at you. I can't do the accent. I keep moving from Irish to Scottish, back to Irish, back to Scottish. I'm not doing
man,
well.
We're in an elven glade right now. There's no such thing as real accents.
I know.
Also, better than 90% of the actors that try to do Irish accent.
Right.
Go on.
Let's have a look at you. Now, take off your glove there.
Am I wearing gloves?
You picked up a glove.
Oh yeah, no, I'm wearing gloves. You're right. Yeah. I'll sort of put my stuff aside and I'll lean Anguisse on a stool nearby so that it's away from me.
Right. Pass me your palm. She just kind of like looks it over, puts her hand and just kind of like pulls out a dagger.
Try and snatch my hand back.
No, don't. Just a prick. And she just literally gets the tip of the dagger and pricks one of your fingers.
Oh, there's no need for that. We've only just met. I mean, it can't be that much of a good...
If your magic comes from your blood, then blood is what we must test.
Very well.
And she gets a small vial, squeezes your finger, and literally just 2 or 3 little drops drop in. And she goes, you might want to suck that. And like, lets go your hand.
That's what he said.
Just to stop the bleeding. She then she moves across to where her potion brewing is and starts like pulling little vials of things, pouring more liquids in, shaking it. And then kind of like after 3 or 4 little additions, she kind of shakes it up and it kind of goes clear. Like, right, any moment now, this turns purple, then it's otherworldly. If it turns blue, it's in your blood. If it turns black, well, let's just hope it doesn't turn black. And she starts shaking it up again.
Clovis is sort of instinctually leaning in, and his sort of blasé graces evaporate away as you see his shoulders hunch, and he's looking almost fearful.
A moment or two passes, and this clear liquid starts turning colour. He holds it up to the light. For you, the vial of what looks to be aquamarine in blue is in shade. Hey, well, it turns out that you were right. Probably passed down. And you? We may as well test yours while we're at it.
I'll kind of nudge the back of his elbow. You were looking for answers.
Yeah, but my memory, not where. Sure, yeah. Let's go for it, and I'll.
Dust.
Bites his finger just comes off in his mouth. Ah!
Like a balloon.
I'll bite the tip of my finger.
Okay, and she kind of like grabs it and kind of looks almost deep within your eyes as she kind of like pours it into a couple of drops of blood into the vial, goes back to a potion brewing station. So, you're new to the Vale?
Yeah. Literally arrived today.
Oh, lovely place it is. Not many visitors, though.
What is that?
We don't like them.
mean-
I'm joking. I don't know. They like to keep a whole thin facade of secrecy, but then send people out in giant fucking owls. I don't know. And she starts shaking the tubes up again and adding more things in. So, what brings you here?
We actually are waiting to find that out ourselves. We've been informed by Killian, a member of your order, I believe, or the order that runs this place.
Oh,
I should say.
aye, good boy he is.
A veritable ray of sunshine.
Carries on pouring a few more bits. Turns and looks. Hasn't shaken the vial as yet, but kind of just holding it. Oh. So Killian brought you here for what? Exactly.
To be honest, we don't really know yet.
All we know is that it somehow relates to some kind of corruption affecting the local area.
Aye. Talking about the blight.
The blight?
That's what we call it. It's running through the forest, killing most of, well, everything. We've had numerous folk come through this way, and most that we send out into the forest come back, most of which quite sick. Most of my stores have run dry. There was a herb that I used for a lot of the healing poultices, and it's kind of ran out. So now it's become even more imperative to do something about it. If you're going into the forest to stop whatever it is, if you're out there, can you find me some?
Like I said, I prefer the cobbled streets of a city to the wilderness, but we do have a budding young herbalist amongst us. If perhaps you could describe it to me, she might be able to seek it out.
Well, see, it's difficult to describe. You might best send her my way before you leave.
I'd be happy
Right.
to.
And she just kind of begins shaking the vial. Now, let's have a look here. I wonder what mysteries are... And she stops. Her face, dark, colour starts draining. You watch as the translucent liquid within the vial turns this dark, almost absent any colour, black in colour.
Yikes.
You poor soul.
Well, black. You said black's bad.
Black,
Black's not.
it's... What happened to you?
What do you mean?
This only happens when... And she kind of places the vial down on one side and looks you dead in the eye. This only happens with those that have seen and met death. You're not supposed to be here. I'm sorry, love. That's not the news that you were looking for, but looking at you, you already knew.
Yeah, I did.
Sit down. Now. Don't worry. Leave your friend with me. I'm going to try and help.
And I sort of go to say something to her, and then Clovis looks at Michael with kind of like a not like pity, but like almost like feeling kind of sorry for him a little bit. And I'll turn back to her and say, "We've come seeking your wisdom, so I do not wish to correct you, but we have reason to believe that our friend here is right where he belongs." And I'll look back at Michael for a second. And I'll say, "Anything else you can tell me about this blood or this..." He takes out a deep sigh, rolls his eyes and says, "Heritage. I would very much like to know. I don't... It's an awfully long shot, but... Does the name El Naril mean anything to you?"
That's not a name that I'm accustomed to, but
Say no more.
I'll ask around.
I'd really rather you didn't, if it's all the same.
Aye, very well. Well, look, I'll send your friend on his way very soon, but there's something that I might be able to do to help him. So if you just want to send your other friend here shortly, I can describe the plant that I'm looking for, and your friend here won't be long.
Very well.
Can I inside check her?
Roll me an insight check. And as this is happening, and just before you leave, she kind of places her hand on your shoulder, Clovis, kind of looks and smiles and goes, "You have nothing to fear."
I hope you're right. Michael, I'll see you shortly, and I'll go and I'll put a hand on his shoulder and take his hand. Say, "Don't worry, we won't be far." and I'll subtle spell cast a message to him.
Okay.
And in his hand is the sending stone. And I'll say to him, remember what I said. I'm sure you're fine and in good hands. But you can't always trust enough. Let us know if you need us. Exit.
Okay.
15.
She seems to be telling the truth. There doesn't seem to be, from what you can read with that, an ulterior motive that you can tell.
And she said that she will help, that I will be where I belong in a minute.
No, she said you'll be right along in a minute.
Oh, right. Not right.
Yeah, no. Right along. She's not going to be... Send him back to the grave!
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of worried about.
No. You kind of, as Clovis leaves and she shuts the doors behind you, you're kind of facing back into the room with your back against the, towards the door. She kind of pulls a chair around and you hear it drag along the floor as she pulls it just in front of you and sits down. Goes, right, dear. I'm sorry. What I said wasn't meant to scare you or upset you. When I said you don't belong, it means that there's a lot you can read into blood magic and blood kind of science as such. What I meant to say, or what it means, is that effectively you're not living your life anymore in terms of you've had it, and as I say, it's very rare, but in cases like this, in all my years of study, don't often end well. Almost everyone that's ever lived has died. Only very rarely do they die more than once. Now, there are magics out there that can bring people back from the dead. That's not what this means. Like, you can clerics have the power to bring somebody back from the dead, even after grievous harm. But in your case, I don't think that that's what happened to you.
I somehow think you're right.
Tell me.
I woke up 4 years ago. I had a vision of a friend. Pulling me from the ground. And as I grabbed her arm, I awoke inside a coffin. With a sword over my chest. A huge scar on my chest. And 6 feet under.
And that's the last thing you remember?
That's the first thing I remember. I don't remember anything before that. Over the years, I've tried to find this person, and eventually I did. But I don't know. I don't know how I died. I think I was stabbed from a scar on my chest, and but I don't remember anything about my life. I don't even know my name. I just picked Michael because I saw it on a poster when I first came into the town.
The trouble with memory is that sometimes, more often than not, things that are often forgotten are best forgotten. However, in your case, I can see why that might scare you.
I just want to know where I come from, who I am, or rather was. I don't even know if I have family. If I have a place where I was supposed to belong to. I have all of these skills, things I can do. And I'm not talking about magic, but I know how to speak multiple languages that I didn't even know that I could speak, or how I came to speak them in the first place. I don't know.
Look, I can try to help. I can try. But you must understand that meddling in things like this, I wouldn't ever advise it. There is a procedure that I know of, old, ancient, not been done in a long time, but could be done. I don't have the tools I need here to do it, but if you brought them to me, I could. Certain crystals. They aren't... They're from deep underground. Often found in mines. Now, if you brought some of those to me, we might be able to help. I could maybe give you a glimpse of something that might be locked away somewhere inside you.
Any special color to these crystals?
It seems that the path you're on, if you are indeed, you and your friends, going to help with the blight, you might just be on the right path anyway. There's a place around here, old ruin, called Mithranor.
Sorry, Mithra?
Mithranor. It's an old ruin, covered in blight now. Now impossible to get to. There was... Times gone by, it was a dwarven town. They often mined and made great tunnels underneath. That's where you'll find these crystals. Blue in colour. But you won't find them easily. I haven't seen any for a long, long time. They might not even be there. But there is a chance, maybe. Maybe. In the meantime, I'm going to knock you up a small something to drink. Your complexion's borderline frightening.
Yeah, I know. It's not the first time I've heard that.
Should see him after a fight.
You just sit there and you can tell me all about your time since you decided that Michael was the name you wanted to go with. And she kind of turns around and starts like putting a potion together as you start telling her about things that have happened since you woke up. After a while, she turns and has this small wooden cup and hands it to you and goes, you might not like the taste, it's quite bitter, but it'll make you feel much better.
Can I give it a smell?
Yeah, so it smells unlike anything you've smelt before. Very kind of earthy, lots of flowery, like, notes to it.
Oh, what the hell, I'm already dead, aren't I?
Words to live by.
That's how committed we are to roleplay. We keep drinks next to us for such a moment. I love this group. Now, you'll feel much better. And, Michael, don't dwell too much on the past. The past is done. The future that's uncertain. The only thing left to worry about is what to do with the time you've got.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Now, away with you. I've got to blow up my house a bit more.
Could I ask you one last question before I leave?
Sure.
I know I've been probably dead for quite some time. But is there any way to tell what age I would have been when I died? Maybe how old I would be now?
I can have a look to see if I can give you an idea, but these things are never exact.
Ballpark.
I'm here. And she kind of like walks up to your hair and just goes and pulls and plucks like 3 or 4 hairs out the top of your head, like kind of like twings them out.
Does she pluck whites or red or blacks?
His scalp comes off.
Happy's face just.
I'll let you. I mean, I'm gonna say black, like just off one side, just like pulls a couple,
Gotta keep the gradient up.
puts them in a mortar, starts grinding them up, adds a few bits of poultice, kind of like looks over it. Looking at this, 60s. How long these hairs have been around for. But you don't look that old.
No, I don't.
Oh, sorry. I do have one more favour to ask, actually. If you are heading out, could you stop by the blacksmith? His brother went off and he's been beside himself since.
Hi. Do you want me to find out where he is, or just say hi?
If you're going out into the forest, it might be that you could help him.
I'll try.
Thank you. And look, the colour's coming back to your cheeks already.
Thank you for everything.
You're welcome. In the meantime, Azrael, you kind of leave the house and walk through the glade. You kind of walk towards the one tree that's got the stables kind of perched in its canopy as you kind of like walk up towards the door. You see one guard stood as you approach at this doorway in the tree. He kind of stood next to it.
It's not the big tree, is it?
No, it's not. No. It's off. It is on that side of the glade, but more towards the entrance.
Okay. Hello?
Hi. Are you okay?
Yeah, you got a stables in a tree?
Hi. Yeah.
How'd you get the horses down?
Usually we just push them.
Seems a bit unfair. But do they mind?
I don't know. They're not long around after we do. They complain otherwise.
Seems a bit unnecessarily harsh.
Well, what can you say? Life, huh?
I know my horse would have something to say about that.
But have you ever tried it? It's such good fun. Come on, I'll show you.
Classic elven pastime. Horse tipping.
Jill sort of follows, but very nervously. I think he's made a terrible mistake checking this out.
Are you coming?
Yes. Yes.
Ah, and he kind of slaps you on the back as you walk through the door. What a momentous day! I remember my first horse push, and you'll remember yours. And as he opens the door and you step into the inner of the tree, there's this huge spiral staircase that winds the inside of the tree.
Everyone remembers their first.
How'd you get the horses up here to push them in the first place? They wouldn't fit.
Well, look, we're gonna just. There has to be some trade secrets, right? Well, in fact, we have a pulley system. As we get to the top, you'll see there's a platform that we just lower, and as they get on, we kind
of on a ship.
on a ship.
See, you're making some sense.
So what we do, we lower it down, put the horses on, raise them back up, walk them to the edge, get them down again. Now, I know what you're going to ask. Why not put them back on the pulley system? Well, if it was a pushy system, it doesn't have quite the same ring to it, right? So we created our own pushy system.
The weight of the horse would just hold onto the rope, wear some gloves. It'll bring the horse back down. You don't need to keep getting new horses then.
Cheap horse meat in the glade.
Oh. Maybe we should have thought.
I mean, I could understand if you ate them
anyway,
afterwards.
It's a great pastime. You should try it. Come on, let's show you. And as you kind of and at this point you get towards the top, and as you get towards the top of the stairs, you kind of.
This music got really intense for this.
You realise
did the music change?
You're killing horses, dude. No. I mean.
Anyway, I thought it was it's my horse killing playlist.
Do you have a horse killing playlist?
I do not. Ever since Azrael joined the campaign, I was like, horse killing playlist, gotta be done.
All I've got in my mind right now is that Australian YouTube channel that throw things off a tower to see what it's like.
What is it called?
I can't remember.
It's so good.
And they have big steel balls and shit like that.
Yeah. Anyway,
imagining that, but a fantasy version.
As you kind of get to the top of the spiral staircase, what greets you, in fact, are not horses. Kind of walk into the stable, and there in each of the paddock to the stables. Giant owls. There are no horses, my dear friend.
But this is a stable.
It's an owlery. How did you think we would get the horses up here?
You said there was a pulley system.
You really take everything everyone says at face value, huh?
Well, yeah, what else am I meant to do with it?
Anyway, as much fun as pushing horses off tall things would be, we're not gonna rule.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Come, let me show you around. The Kiri-Kitor are famous for their
Horse killing.
range of owls that we fly. They are some of the greatest in all of Faerun. Our rangers, from a young age, learn to ride on the back of these owls.
I will admit, this is the first I've heard of anyone riding giant owls.
Well, our numbers are fewer now than they were some time ago. The owls, too, something has stopped them breeding recently.
Is that to do with Killian said something was messing with the forest? Is that same thing? Or
Yeah, maybe. What usually happens is that, see, they pair for life, mate for life, these owls, and each spring they go off in their couples and do the bad thing. But this past year, none of them have left, so none have bore any offspring.
do they not just do the thing here? Could they not just do that?
I don't know. Why? That's a very strange question to ask. I've never actually asked them.
But you can talk to your owls?
No, that's why I've never asked them.
Ah. I mean,
Right.
Why
I
are you
can
doing
talk
it?
to I can talk to a
Don't want to.
horse.
You can talk to a horse.
I can talk to a horse. Is that not a normal thing?
In a word, no.
Yeah.
What
No
a
one
very
does.
strange thing. Could you teach me to talk to horses?
I mean, it's not horses. It's a very specific horse.
No, that worries me.
one.
That worries me even more.
I mean, I've had to. They wouldn't let me bring it to a tree.
No, it wouldn't fit. You're talking
Right.
about the portal, right?
I don't know. He said jump into a tree, and I jumped into a tree. I kind of
Yes.
thought it was a joke at first.
Oh, as elves, we don't make joke. Very serious.
Sort of tries and works out if he's being serious about that. If you want to see a horse, give me 10, 15
No,
minutes.
it's fine. I mean, look, if you bring the horse, we're gonna have to find some way of getting it down. And although I was messing around about pushing them, that's probably the only way we can do this.
No, I meant I'll go down and on the ground.
It's fine. Look, I believe you. I believe you. I think that it's a wonderful talent. But look, horses are wonderful creatures and very useful for pulling plows in fields and pulling carts, and generally for human folk, they like to ride them into war. But owls are so gracious, and in flight they are unparalleled in their maneuverability. Their capability of flying silently is...
I mean, we have a little owl. I don't think any of us would fit, but she's always sneaking off places on her own.
Ah. Quietly too, I bet.
I mean, we went hunting last night and she got really annoyed with me.
Why?
I'm not as perhaps quiet as she hoped. There was a lot of branches and twigs on the floor.
Well, Are you wanting to be more quiet than you are typically?
I perhaps could be if I sort of shake the chainmail, but this does hinder me somewhat.
I tell you what. You do something about my owl problem. I'll do something about your rattly chest problem.
You can do that?
Yeah.
I mean, shit, we were just going to go and help you out anyway. If I'm going to get something from it, then sure.
Oh, so you weren't just going to go and help the owls?
I mean, Killian said he'd help us with something if we helped you guys, so I assumed that was the deal, but if you're saying, yeah, we'll help, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, I best get back on duty. Are you going to be okay up here on your own?
Yeah, I think it's best if I leave. Owls, I don't trust owls. They seem plotting something.
You should trust them more than that. Very clever and intelligent animals.
That's exactly why I don't trust them.
But you talk to a horse. Weird. And he just kind of like shrugs and just kind of turns and starts walking down.
As you're sort of following him, but I'm smarter than a horse. As he's trying to chase after this guard.
Owls are smarter than horse, and this conversation, this back and forth, continues as you kind of go down the stairs.
I just want it to be that Evan's having some issues. He cannot hear us at all. He may have to restart his Zoom, which will mess up the cameras.
Oh, does that mean I get to become Jove?
No,
Maybe.
No,
You could never be me.
all the fun I could have in your character.
Okay, Evan, do you want to message if he needs to like reset? I can
hear you through the stream then. That's it.
Okay, restart.
Yeah,
Let's do a
let's
restart. Should we do a quick commercial break and I'll talk to the audience? Like,
Yeah, sure.
Do it.
cool.
Go for it.
Let's do an impromptu break. We're not actually going to break. We're not going to come away from anything. I'm just going to talk to you guys. So, cool session, right?
Now might be a good time to remind people that they can submit questions for the.
That's exactly
last
what I was going to do.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So,
Oh, backseat co-host.
I know. No, the thing is though, 95 to 98% of the time it is genuinely stuff that I have forgotten. You know, don't forget if you have a Twitch,
If you have an Amazon Prime account, you can.
every time. So, guys, on Thursday, if you don't know already, we are going to be doing our first ever talk show called Last Orders. Going to be one of a kind talk show where we talk to these guys about their characters, about them as players. They all have different views on D&D. We're going to dive into that. We're going to dive into questions about the campaign itself. Also, we want to field your questions. So if you do have questions about the characters, questions about the campaign itself, them as players, anything to do with the Tales on Tap world, by all means, send them through. You can either comment below, you can send a message to one of these guys through the moderator channel bit on Twitch. You can jump in the Discord if you subscribed, send it via social media, whatever you want. If you want to put questions in tonight, put questions in tonight and we'll copy them down. But make sure you ask them and tune in on Thursday where we go into more detail about certain aspects of certain characters and answer your all-important questions. It's going to be 6 o'clock our time, so normal stream time that you would be accustomed to on a Tuesday, just this Thursday night. It's going to be really cool. So yeah, make sure you drop your questions in because we want to kind of engage with you. I know that when we play on a Tuesday, as much as you guys like sitting and watching the campaign unfold and these guys play D&D, we want to make sure that you guys are being involved with this community as much as we want you to be. We want to engage with you guys as much as we can as well. So get your questions in. Come down on, watch us on Thursday and join in, and we'll even be answering your questions live on the night anyway. You might hear them answer one question a certain way and it might twig something else, like, well, if they do feel that way about this thing, then what about this? So by all means, like, drop your questions in. other than that, on not this Thursday coming, but in 2 weeks' time, we're going to be jumping into our Spelljammer mini campaign. That's really cool because not only do I get to play my character and be a player, it's going to be brilliant. Hannah is going to be DMing that, which is going to be really good. I'm waiting, by the way, you can just see in my face at the moment, I'm waiting for a thumbs up from this screen to tell me that everything's working again.
Evan, do you copy?
I copied.
Yay!
It might work. I'm on my computer now with the webcam, so we'll see how connections go.
Okay, cool. Well, on that note, let's jump back in. But before we do, yeah, come and watch the Spelljammer one. That's going to be dope. Something that we are looking to do on Thursdays going forward, we're going to be trying to change things up a little bit on the Thursdays. So we're going to have guest appearances from another stream that we're quite fond of. We're not going to reveal too many details about that, but there's something really cool in the pipeline. So you might actually see some of our faces over on their stream as well, which is going to be really cool. So let's dive back in.
Just before we do jump back in, Evan, pick a number between 1, 3, and 6.
But not 1.
Not 1 now.
Oh, 2 or 6. Sorry, 3 or 6.
3.
3. There you go.
Steve, you're 6.
Okay.
Okay, let me move your camera around a little bit, Evan, because your face is only a little bit.
It's huge.
Which is exactly where your face should be. Fucking children, all of us, honestly.
Oh, like you didn't know what you were doing.
I'm disappointed in myself that I did not catch that one.
I'm disappointed in you.
My God.
I was too distracted by the gold giveaway that's going on.
I know. So, drum roll, please. D6 is being rolled, and the winner is...
Come on, Dark Lord.
Come on,
what
Dark
you got
Lord.
for us?
Got us on our tenterhooks.
This is where the cast is all sat here going, I need gold!
I want the money!
Actually got quite a bit of gold, but...
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
No, I lie. I spent it all.
I mean, I'm pretty good at the moment.
Sorry for interrupting. There's still 50
Oh,
points to go.
sorry.
My God! Well, hopefully...
Where's the kick button?
So,
CD.
Clovis, as you kind of leave the house where Michael was with Naya, I forgot her name, then I had to look at my list. With Naya, as you're kind of like walking back towards the house from your left-hand side as you're walking down, you hear, friend. As you turn, Killian's there. He kind of like jogs up and goes, well, it's worked. You've been granted an audience. We should probably get back and talk to the others. Could you help me with this? And he kind of like hands you a little kind of like knapsack, or kind of holds it out towards you.
Certainly. I'll take it and I'll put it over my neck. What is it?
They are not for you, but for the others. There's clothes that might make them look a little less road worn.
I didn't want to say anything, but I assumed you weren't talking about me earlier, so I appreciate it.
No, it's just protocol, you know.
Although this is nice, and I'll kind of just pull my hand down some of the linens of his armor and stuff like that.
Oh,
Very made.
Yeah, thank you. This was my father's. All those that pass the test of to become a ranger of the Kiri-Kitor adorn this armor. It was my father's before me. He was first ranger for a number of years.
Funny enough, funny you should say that. This, and I'll take out the cane and I'll just hold it in two hands and I'll say, this was my father's as well, but acquired through less honourable means and kept more out of spite than anything, to be honest.
Yeah. Lara's was sort of like that. She got hers from my mum, and her mum wasn't. Well, that's for Trellara to go into, not me. But in terms of doing things that are less than honourable, kind of saw what happened on the road yesterday. Now, look, it's not my business as to how you conduct yours.
Yes.
But, look, I saw what I needed to, what I saw, and if anything, it just...
I fear you caught us in a moment of weakness. Honestly, this isn't how we usually do things. A ragtag group of ne'er-do-wells we may be, but look, I'm trying to justify it, but I can't.
Look, you don't need to, alright? You don't need to. People have done far worse.
That's the problem.
Look, from what Tiri says, he speaks quite highly of your friend. Well, he did for me anyway. And said that if he can trust her, then we can trust you all. Something about teachings that they both went through or something.
It's funny, I can tell that Tiri's the one who's known Ashar the longest. Most of her other friends don't speak nearly as highly of her. But
Well,
she is good. Very, very good. To a fault.
I get that sense. I get that sense from all of you. It didn't take much for me to ask you for help and for you to help. A lot of other people wouldn't. And you didn't even know where we were going. We're a long way from where we were, and you've done that at the word of someone that you never met. Because it was the right thing to do. Tells me everything I need to know.
Actually, that's, for me at least, somewhat of a return to form. I've always been a leaf on the stream of creation. I go where the current takes me.
Well, I haven't mentioned what happened. And nor will I. Probably best if you don't either. Now,
Probably tell that to Jove rather than me.
he's your friend, you can tell him. That fucker scares me to death.
Yes, he doesn't. Well, I mean, he does actually scare me a little bit, but I've seen a softer side of him. But nonetheless, he rarely listens to anything I say.
I assume you two are walking back to
Yeah, we're on our way back.
Yeah.
Naya is an interesting character.
Oh, you met her, did you?
I did. And not what I was expecting of an elven sage, at least from stories I've heard, but stories are often bullshit, especially the ones I spin.
She's a strange one, but her heart's in the right place. She's done great deeds for this Glen recently. See, we weren't the first scouting party to leave this sanctuary over the last months. Many have been sent before us. Many came back with ailments. Well, if it weren't for her, they'd all be dead, like his.
May I speak bluntly?
You haven't been already?
I rarely do.
Of course.
But you strike me as the type of chap who would appreciate it. What I've experienced of elves in my time is that they care little for others outside of their cloisters. The passing flickers of life compared to their longevous existences. I need to know that you're not sending my friends and I in as cannon fodder. I need to know that you're not just sending us because you don't want to lose any more of your own. What is it about us that makes us more capable than yours? We have no owls. We have, not all of us, much knowledge of forests or blights. Why us?
May I speak bluntly then? Because there's no one else to send. And you won't be going because we don't want to spare any other elven lives, because I'm coming with you. Think I'm going to let you lot go off to your potential doom and not be stood side by side, the lot of you, when it happens? No. Because you're right. A lot of elven ways, as they were in a lot of other cultures, they look after themselves. Here at the Kiri-Kitor, we do things a little differently. Yes, we keep this place safe, secret, but we look after the wider world. All forests, all mountain ranges, everything. Everyone in it. Because without everyone, there'll be no one. And I know that sounds cliche. But if it's just the elves in their secret hideaway forest encampments, then the rest of the world dies. No. We here at the Kiri-Kitor value life above all else. Now we don't pray to gods and, you know, these deities that you finer folk build big palaces for in the cities and worship on your knees. No. We worship nature and the natural order of things. As you can see, looking around, if you look after it, it in turn looks after you. And I know that's very off-cuff for most of these finer folk in these big stone cities, but it's a simple life. But without it, all else fails. Now, we're not sending you to your demise because you're expendable. But we have very little hope left, and not the manpower to do it ourselves. You seem capable. And what I've said so far is that maybe we need to put our faith in people other than ourselves for a change. Because that's what we've done recently. And it's not fucking worked. Is that blunt enough for you?
I suppose so. Fine people are few and far between in stone cities. That's why I enjoy them. Not because I kneel before gods or whatever else you consider to be the folly of the civilized world, but because those who seek only to better themselves are often more susceptible to urges of greed. But I've not seen much greed here. And whatever my opinion of elves, and I have my reasons, I'm willing to trust your word. Thank you. And we will endeavor to do the best we can.
Thank you. Well, we're having supper this evening. Take that parcel back. I think I've got the measurements right. There's one for each of the rest of them. And if Jove, was it, has anything to say about it, just tell him that if he doesn't put it on, he won't be allowed to come in the big tree. And that's not strictly true, but he's got to wear it. It'll look bad on me if he doesn't.
You know, he's actually not that against dressing up, I've learned. He quite enjoys it.
He is a man of mystery. I've got a couple of other errands to see to. Again, I'll come and fetch you in a couple of hours.
Be on your way. I'll get this to the others and make sure they're ready.
And thank you for being as honest as you have. It's a fine trait to find in someone.
Certainly. Never been accused of that before, but we all have our weak moments.
Aye, we do. You should see me around Brandywine rum.
Have you ever tried Parnast Gold?
Oh, grape juice. You don't. Oh no.
This conversation's over.
I feel like I've upset him. As he just kind of turns and walks away.
This guy's my people.
I'll return and I'll boot the door open. I will say, friends, I come bearing tailoring. Gather round. We are to be dressed.
Ash still in a towel. Where the hell are
Joe
you?
Joe with his hands around it like, what?
Feathers just standing in the
me to
doorway
come?
of the bathroom going, I don't know what's going on.
Would you like me to come back in 5 minutes?
Oh, no.
10 minutes?
No, all good. All good. Where did you go?
We went to go and speak to a sage.
Aye.
And we spoke to them. And it was a learning experience.
And they kidnapped Michael?
He volunteered himself as not a prisoner. I think he's having some kind of medical procedure or something.
Okay.
What did she do to you?
To me,
Help?
no, he has the stone. Keep an eye on it, or keep an ear out for it, Ashral, in case he's in any trouble. That said, I don't think Naya had any ill will. I don't think really any of them do.
There was a guy, I didn't get his name, he said they push horses out of trees here.
Well, maybe not ill will towards us then. Did they push your horse out of a tree?
No, my
Did they push you out of a tree?
Not that I remember. They might have. I don't think so.
Were you awake when this happened?
Yeah,
Are you awake currently?
Sort of just pinches his arm. I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm rummaging through the clothes that I tossed on the ground to get the sending zone. Gifts. You said gifts. I like gifts. What?
Yes, we have some adornments that we must wear. Jove, yours is particularly wonderful. I know you like dressing up. It's
Sure.
Oh, don't
It'll be
make
fun.
that face. Just
It'll be
remember
fun.
the ball.
Yeah, but this ain't a party, and I'm not going to be in fur. It's just like elf.
You don't know. You could
Stone.
join the party.
The ball
You-
was not a party until you arrived, my darling.
Exactly.
I don't want to dress up. I like my armor. I look like a warrior.
You looked like a warrior at the party too. Don't forget. Just different type of warrior, but
All right, fine. I'll wear something civilized.
I'll begin laying the outfits out for each
Okay.
of them.
I think it's quite obvious which one's mine.
So-
I grab mine.
Yeah. So, I'm going to let...
Oh no.
I tell you what, all of you roll me a d20.
Ooh.
Fair, I have missed rolling this session. It's been a lot of RP, not so much rolling.
Mm-hmm.
Got an 11.
Got a 4.
Okay.
15.
15.
1.
One.
1 for Steve.
8.
8.
Wait.
Chris, what did you roll?
Oh, am I rolling as well? I thought I was wearing
Yeah.
my normal clothes. Okay, fine. D20, yeah?
Yeah.
4.
4.
I got a 4.
Dan.
Hey! One of us is going to have to change.
So, Dan,
Yeah.
could you please, keeping in line with the lore that you've received so far about what people are wearing, could you please describe for me the outfits that have just been laid out on the table?
Oh, put me on the spot, why don't you? All right.
It's Joe designing my outfit.
What you see is everyone's got battle furs and dead animal heads.
At least make mine leopard print, please.
No.
So there's
I'm
a lot
going
of
to-
body paint, right?
I'm going to allow you to describe the elven dress wear that has just been laid out in front of you.
All right, so based on what I know vaguely from his perspective and my own, I'm going to say it's sort of... So they're like, not blousy shirts, but sort of very sort of fine, simple shirts because they're being given to people who are just meeting with them. It's not going to be like actual finery. It's more just sort of slightly high-ish dress clothing. So it's like a sort of mid-length sleeved shirt, sort of ropes around the thing. It opens ever so slightly. There's ruffle and, you know, silvery blues, maybe a bit of weaving here and there, but it's not massive. Trousers, very much the same, probably just sort of dark pants, slacks. I don't really know what you'd call them in this. I don't think they have jean, but formalish trousers, boots that would probably come to mid-ankle, a little bit higher perhaps. And I'm going to say sashed belts. So just sort of like wraparounds that come down the front and just, yeah. I imagine it would just be the same for everyone. I don't imagine they sort of, you know, dip and dive between who's in what. It's just a very standard set of clothes given to people who are granted audiences.
Very good. So this is what you see all in front of you. Michael, you're making your way back currently from... keep forgetting her name. Naya's. I'm going to circle that because I keep coming back to it.
By the way,
Vicky, Naya-
Naya is coming with us. So you might want to remember that one.
So you're coming back.
0.0.
Yeah, you're coming back, and as you kind of like get back to the... Are you heading straight back, or are you heading to the blacksmiths on the way back?
No, I'm heading straight back.
Okay, so as you kind of get back and open the doors, you see these guys in all their dressed outfits, kind of still congregated within the kitchen.
That's what they've given us.
Yeah,
It's
I
a
know, it
little
sucks,
understated.
right?
It's a little understated than I had hoped, but customs are customs.
Tell me there's at least a black one.
What is it with you?
He's got a style.
Let's play. What the fuck is up with that?
Well, Mr. Defender, what's wrong with you?
And don't get excited, anyone. I'll take my shirt off and I'll quickly pop on the new one.
Look, we've already
Look,
seen your scar, alright?
We need a topless Michael emoji. I mean, the amount of times that he has got topless so far.
So,
Clovis is paying rapt attention.
That's never gonna happen.
is there
No.
anything anybody wants to do before supper?
I don't quite understand why my actual outfit wasn't okay. This is basically what I wear.
It's a
I
bit
mean, yeah,
cleaner.
me too. It's weird. I don't get it.
They're all about pastels here for some reason.
Ah,
It's a little drab, but I suppose it's.
it'll do. I was gonna go in my ball outfit. I was excited.
Fucking hell, Dan. Describe a much better outfit next time. Sorry about this,
No,
guy.
he nailed it. He nailed it.
I know he did. I know he did.
I mean,
I got Ash dressing like Gideon, so I'm happy.
Ash and Clovis gonna Ash and Clovis.
Sorry, go on, Feathers.
No, I was going to say, I could pair this with my disco pants, maybe. It would look a bit odd, but...
I think let's just stick to what we've
Okay.
As
Sort of
we-
looking down. Look, sorry, Gary, Mike. You go.
I'm just gonna lean into Clovis. After we've been talking about the shirts and everything, and say, you didn't seem that shocked.
Why?
By what you heard inside of the hut.
Well, I make a point of knowing things, Michael. And now, you know something about me. Let's call it an even exchange. Am I understood?
Right.
How'd it go?
I'm not supposed to be here, am I?
Yes, you are. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here.
I might have found a way to finally get some resemblance, a glimpse of the memory back. But that's maybe further down the road that we can talk about that.
Is this a conversation with everyone there? You're just being vague about it.
Aside. It's an aside.
Okay. Sounds like...
They're in the corner of the round room.
And I'll say, don't be in such a rush to rediscover the past. Often, the things we leave behind are best left there.
To be forgotten. I know.
Yes. Actually. You took the words out of my mouth. Until the time is right.
Sorry. I just saw Natalie mouth. You took the words right out of my mouth.
True. True.
So good.
Anyway. Don't worry about it. I'm good at keeping information to myself.
Good.
Oh.
This is. I want to reveal in my own time. It's not. I'm not meaning to keep it a secret. It's just that.
And I'll place a finger to his lips, and I'll
Oh
say,
my-
Oh.
and I'll say, no one understands that more than I. Trust me.
Come here.
Now kiss me, you fool. Clovis does say that. And then he winks at you and turns back around to the rest of the group.
For the sake of brevity, you guys chill out. Yeah, go on, sorry. Andrea goes, I feel uncomfortable.
He would if he was paying attention.
To anything.
While they're
Ever.
having that little conversation, Asriel's going to pull out his little flask of rum
Mm-hmm.
and walk up to Jove. You look like someone who enjoys a drink.
I mean, it's been a while, but yeah, I like a good ale.
I don't know about ale, but give this a try. And I'll hand you the flask of rum.
If I keep drinking, does it stop, or is it just like there's just rum continuously coming out of this?
No, it's just a normal flask of rum. It's not magical, unfortunately.
Oh, okay, cool. That's fine. Yeah, so he downs it and then like
That's
it's
sipping. That's
Whole flask.
Oh my god!
that's
Minty.
yeah, it's
well.
it's all right.
This meeting
No
should
more?
be interesting.
That's fine. I mean, I don't think they're expecting me to say anything. Probably shouldn't. We're gonna go talk to like fancy folk. I ain't about that.
Well, I think this is the first time I can say we share that sentiment, Jove.
You know what, buddy? I think you're right. I think we should probably just stay real quiet.
I can be quiet when
Jove puts her fingers to his lip.
Now kiss me, you fool.
Shiv it.
Tongue me.
So, as this conversation,
Fingers to it, feathers to speak for no reason.
as this,
Understood.
You've got a little bit of something just caught under here. Like.
Just there.
as you guys are talking, you hear. Oh, that didn't come through.
It did.
They did. We got it.
We got it. I done.
Yeah, at the door.
Mage hand. Open it.
You see Killian stood there. Ah, don't you all look lovely?
Not nice to make fun of people.
No.
You look great. Are you ready?
The thought hadn't occurred to me. Yeah. We are, I believe, everyone.
I think so.
Very well. Follow me. Oh, here. And he kind of like reaches down next to the door and pulls up a bunch of flowers and goes, you may want to hand them over when you arrive.
Darling, you shouldn't have.
I don't think they're for you.
Oh.
They're for us to give to.
Oh. I'll start handing them out.
No.
No.
It's one bunch of flowers.
To be given to the people that we're about to meet. Like you've
Clovis,
never met
Clovis,
people before.
Here. Give it here. Give me the flowers. Put them down.
Sorry, sorry, why have we got to give them flowers? They live in a place with flowers.
It's nice. That's
Why?
Killian, what's the elven greeting thing? Is there a specific thing that they want us to say? At the monastery, they were a bit.
If you want to greet them properly, you can place your 2 fingers on your forehead, and as you bow, you release them towards them.
Two fingers, Jove, 2.
Oh, right.
Close enough.
Can we not just say hello? Is that not?
If you
Thank
can,
you.
if you like, but if you asked me what the traditional greeting was, so there you are.
Do they
We
expect it?
appreciate it.
Just fucking follow me. And he just turns, and literally as he's walking, whoever's next to him, I assume Ash with the bunch of
Yeah.
flowers, he literally just goes, I'm already regretting this.
As he turns away to leave, just goes, "Oh, okay, sure."
I feel like I might be the one leading this interaction, which is never a good sign. Okay, let's go.
Oh, I can't wait to see this.
As,
You guys, go on.
As they're walking, Azra's just going to turn to Jove. You ever played cards?
Why, do you want to stop and play some?
Maybe later after the meeting. If we've got time later.
It's good to know where your mind's at, man. Just yeah. You find a deck, and I'll
Azrael
games, but I can look at them with you if you like.
Azrael proceeds to pull a deck of cards from his backpack.
Just in the back, shuffling cards. Okay, a bit of backseat gambling.
As you guys cross the bridge where the stream is in the middle of the glade and make your way up the short hill towards the large tree, Killian, just as you're kind of walking up the hill, just turns again and goes, "Please remember, try not to be rude. Very important people you're about to meet."
Important to who?
The world.
That's a bit much.
As he turns around to walk in, I'll just turn around to the rest of them and I'll go, "Don't worry, just follow my lead." And then I'll start to do the wedding walk, where you do like one step and put your feet together, and then another step and put your feet together, and I'll just be walking in like that.
I turn to Ash and go, is he still drunk? Okay. I kind of try to walk in front of them and try to walk respectfully.
Okay. As you
James actually just starts doing lunges in like squat down, squat down.
Okay, right. So as you guys go and walk up towards the tree, up this, there are steps that lead up in towards this huge trunk. Finely carved steps as you kind of walk up, and as you kind of get through into the precipice of this tree, you see it is rather large, and dotted around, there are 5 large statues. One of a, let me just have a look. There is a bat. There is a unicorn, a Pegasus. There's a large snake.
Sorry, what? Wait, what?
There's an owl. These are statues.
Oh, statues.
Don't worry.
Holy shit.
I think the other one's a man.
Yeah, it looks like a knight of sorts. Kind of 5 huge pillared statues that are all carved out of this beautiful marble, dotted around the room, and from the base of these statues, kind of going up towards the ceiling, you see these beautiful green vines, and in the middle of the room, on a raised plinth, there are a elven couple dressed in very fine clothes. There are also guards dotted around the outside of the room, all with swords and bows and other weaponry, all dressed in the same outfit. The guards still that same green tunic with green hood. The 2 individuals that are stood on this plinth, both long blonde hair. The gentleman, long blonde, slick back hair, wearing beautiful armor. Looks to be pristine steel armor with beautiful crafted, embroidered engravery throughout it. With golds and blues and greens all over the chest plate and pauldron on his shoulders. The woman stood next to him, long blonde hair with wearing a sort of green pointed tiara. This beautiful green flowing dress, the green, as you look at this dress, it looks like it's made up of just all manner of different shapes and size leaves, as it kind of comes all down her front and flows out to one side. And across her shoulders is this kind of green sash that kind of falls down onto her chest. Killian walks in first, bows, and turns kind of sat with, side on to you and them, and kind of like looks at you, looks back and goes, "My Lord Sandrin, my Lady Bula, may I introduce to you my friends who have come to our aid." What do you do?
Ash steps forward with the flowers, bends her head, and kind of holding it in one hand, just does the salute, and in quite broken Elvish says, "May nature guide and protect you," and puts the flowers on the ground near like the raised plinth before stepping back.
Michael's gonna go up and do send a greeting, not saying anything, but just bow his head and take a step back.
Clovis and Feathers, looks like you do the same.
Yeah, and I say in fluent Elven, "It is an honor to be in your gracious presence."
Okay. Jove and Azrael?
Just
Joe's very
nod
much
the head.
Yeah, I was going to say, Joe's sort of very much keeping up the back, just kind of realizes where he is and what he's surrounded by, clocking the guard and just sort of doing the standard sort of typical warrior's nod before just standing back.
My friends, it is nice to make your acquaintance. You are most welcome here in the Glen of Alovan. I believe, from what young Killian here has told us, that you have come to offer your assistance in a most troubling issue that we are having.
Indeed. We are here to offer any help that we can provide.
Thank you. Your help is most graciously accepted. Killian probably has told you that there is some form of plague washing over our most sacred of forests. This has been going on for some time, and we are yet to find the cause. Though we have found where it may or may not be coming from. Tell me, do many of you know of Mithranor?
Do I know of Mithranor?
It's not likely that any of you know.
Pulls out the map, tries and finds it.
Mithranor is an ancient city dwelling that used to be a major foothold within this forest. Years
Used to be run by
gone by.
wolves, right?
You are correct. It was a fine dwarven city many, many years ago, but now fallen to ruin after the calamity that struck it many a year ago.
I think at Michael saying that, I noticed Ash did a side eye and Close did a side eye at the same time, and I think probably we would have both caught each other's eyes doing a side eye as well.
We have sent out many scouting parties and warriors from the glen in search of answers, most of which were lost. But those that did return came back with a horrid affliction. Some form of disease. It has since been cured. But our time growing short, and this rot grows ever nearer by the day. I need your help.
Do you believe that there is something within Mithranor that is creating the rot in the first place?
We do not know. We know that the rot itself has taken a great many lives of tree and bole alike. Only our scouts seem to see that Mithranor be placed at the center of where this rot has spread from.
Is this what's causing the problem with your house?
That it is. Mithranor and the surrounding area is the mating ground of our owls. Without them, we, the Kiri-Kitor, will soon fade. And if we fade, great many people suffer. Now, I do not expect you to do this from the goodness of your being. Killian said to me earlier that there may be something you wish to ask for in return.
Wise Lord Sandrin, Killian is correct. He and his men assisted us when we were set upon by disgusting creatures. They helped us, and for that we answered the call to hear what you need of us. But we too are on a quest of great importance to the wider world, to everything in and out of the forests. We wish to help you, but in return we must ask you help us when the time comes, should it be needed.
It seems that if it is allegiance that you are looking for, this might be something we can do. But more information is something I would require. For the Kiri-Kitor don't often meddle in the affairs of others without knowing the full extent of what we stand ourselves.
And that is entirely appreciated. What I will say is that the blight is not the only thing that is jeopardizing the balance at the moment. There are forces at work trying to come together to bring about potential great evil. We are still trying to understand it for the most part, gather information and intel where we can. But great evil seems to be on the rise. These guys have encountered it more than I. But whatever it is at work, it's not natural and it threatens all civilizations, whether they be hidden or no.
See at this point that the lady, Bula, kind of looks, kind of turns to Sandrin and kind of...
While that's occurring, can I insight check them? And I want to know if they're I want to know how sort of desperate they are, like whether they're really really need our help or whether, like I was trying to get out of killing, whether this is just a
Yeah, no problem. Roll me an insight check.
just generate. Oh wow, really good. 19 plus 5, 24.
24.
Nice.
There is an air of desperation, though very subtle, very easily mistaken for something. You know, it's they're not giving out the oh please, will you help us? We desperately need your help. There's no desperation in that respect. They're keeping themselves and holding their prowess very kind of nobly, but there is an air of desperation in what they're saying.
Having dealt with a lot of people who are very prideful in my time, would I sense that they are almost somewhat embarrassed?
Yes, somewhat. Yeah, you would get that sense that it's more they wouldn't typically be asking for help, and now that somebody is here offering it, it's kind of like it is a kind of pride pinch point for them, which is why they are more than happy to offer what they can for you to aid them.
I'll just lean, while they're sort of whispering to each other, I'll just lean over to Ashar and I'll just say, show it to them.
You mention the great force. Would it surprise you that this is not the first we have heard of such thing?
I don't think it would.
Another came before you, a short time ago, from a great wise people in the mountains, in another forested area. He came and was sent by his elders with word that there were forces at work on our great continent. You know of him. Kiri is his name.
Aye.
He has been with us for some short time, and when he came, he brought similar news.
Did anything he said resemble something along these lines? And she reaches into her bag and pulls out the green dragon mask.
Where did you?
We got it when we were trying to secure papers, but we believed that the person we got it from was an allegiance with, to put it bluntly, the cult at work here.
You see, he kind of looks visibly perturbed by what you've said and what you're presenting in front of him. That the great relic of the ancient world. Not one of its kind. They were thought to be destroyed. But they hold the power to release a great evil on this world.
She puts it back into the bag of holding. I was drawn to it. That's how we found it. And we do not plan to let it get in the hands of those who may seek to use it, if it does, as you say, bring about great evil. But I have done a fair bit of research in my time on the likes of dragons. And I would assume that as this is a green one, if you say it's not one of a kind, there are others that resemble it, of different colorations.
This is correct. 4 more, be precise. All in different shapes and colors.
black, white, red, blue.
That is correct. Each representing the head of the most calamitous of beings.
And that is.
An ancient evil beyond our plane of existence, one locked away in one of the realms of hell. Great evil that once stood on this plane many, many millennia ago. A war between gods and evil ensued. What you hold in possession is a dragon mask. On its own has some powers, but combined with all other masks have the ability to bring a great evil back to this plane.
Why don't we just destroy it? I'm sorry for butting in, but why just destroy this one? If they're all needed to do whatever you say, we just destroy this one and they can't do that, right?
Such magical means are not of this world. To destroy this item takes great power. Power that no mortal being possesses.
Ash, because she's not got her hand wraps on because of this outfit, caresses the Bahamut tattoo. What about someone not of this realm?
It's possible, but who knows?
You see why we must ask for your help in our endeavors. The stakes are too great for us to be sidetracked without some assurance that our path will be fruitful at the end towards our greater goals. We want to help you. We will help you. Regardless. But this affects us all, much like the blight. Though, instead of withering, we are trying to prevent the world from being burnt.
Aid us in this body. I will see to it that you have the full support of the Kiri-Kitor in your efforts against it. But don't just know, you are not the only force for good, acting the best interests of the world. Very well. Make haste. Journey from this glen to Mithranor. Killian has expressed his wishes to join you. I advised him that this was wise, for he is a capable warrior, and one that you will be glad to have by your side. I cannot spare any more men or women.
May I ask a question about the disease, the affliction?
Yes.
Is it purely by going into these areas that these people became afflicted, or I guess I'm asking, is there something I shouldn't touch, or is there any way we can protect ourselves?
From the reports that I have received, it is not being in the vicinity of this area that is causing the affliction. Though, we do not have an exact accounting of what exactly it was.
But you have a cure for this affliction.
The disease is not of a contagious state, or that, however, does not mean there was not any lasting.
So more of a vaccine, really.
I would recommend not coming in contact with this.
Are
Don't
they
touch
safe
him.
to
Okay.
breathe it in? Is my main concern.
From what we know, yes.
Okay.
But there is something at work here.
Sorry, your camera
Yeah.
crashed on Zoom, and we just got a little cat.
It's because my phone.
Something.
It's because my phone died.
There is something at work, and
Oh.
it is having a lovely little nap.
Oh, it's because my phone died. And my other. You'll have to do with that camera for the time being.
That's fine.
Right. If there's anything you need before you set out, I would set out first thing in the morning. Not advisable to be wandering the forests at night.
I would inquire if you have succeeded in fighting back this blight. Perhaps it is a disease, perhaps a curse on the forest. We have with us an item that carries a curse, which we have been trying to lift. It would aid us in our journey if we are able to purify it in some way. And I'll pull out the cursed periaptive wound closure. We have not been able to ascertain the nature as yet. It is beyond us or anyone we have encountered, but you are clearly wise and powerful. If you can help us, it may mean the difference between life and death, quite literally. And I'll sort of bow and present it forwards in a cloth.
Yeah. He literally just kind of like clicks his fingers, points to one of the guards to come and collect it off you, and he kind of like, one of them kind of walks and takes it from you and goes,
Don't put that on!
I will see to it that this is taken care of. There are a couple of people that require aid around the glen. Seek out Naya. From what I am told, her supplies are running short, and there are some more things in the forest that she could do with collecting. And there may be others. I know that we sent out a scouting party a few days back, and one of which happens to be the blacksmith's brother, and he has stopped all work until his brother's return. Good man, but stubborn. Go see him before you leave. Very well. Thank you, all. You're doing a great service. If there's anything you require, send word, and if it is in our power, we will get it done.
Thank you.
We appreciate your hospitality, and we will endeavor to clear this rot from your lands.
Very well. And as you all bow, Killian kind of bows low towards the nobles, turns and kind of like pushes you all to the door. And as you're all walking out, he kind of whispers under his breath towards you, Asher, and goes, well, that went better than I thought it was going to do. Well done. And as you exit out, session there, we're going to pick up next week.
What a fucking great session, man.
Amazing
That was
session.
so
Amazing
good.
session.
Amazing.
Very good. So,
Amazing.
we'll pick up next week when you guys decide what you're gonna do if you
Yeah.
go to see these people, or if you just fucking gung-ho it straight into the forest with Killian to fight off unknown disease of unknown origin.
Sounds
Excellent.
I need to see Naya. I need to see Naya. Actually,
yeah,
Naya
yeah.
needs to
Yeah, you got things you need to do.
I'll take it there, don't worry.
be-
Well,
I
Guys.
want to see Naya as well.
thank you very much for sticking with us. Thank you for being with us for tonight. Don't forget, Thursday, last orders. If you haven't already, get your questions over to us. But thank you so much for joining us this evening, and we will see you all next week. Thank you.
Woo!